House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Tibbetts.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, you who dwell in your high and holy place, high and lofty one who inhabits eternity, hear the prayers of those who reside in the torment of these times. In these harrowing days when nations rage and war threatens to upend this fragile world, we call to you with humble hearts that you would speak into our conflicts and bring order to our chaos. May this be a time for our self-reflection. How have we played a part in the instability of the world's order? Call us to account for any careless stewardship of our influence. How have we failed to prevent bloodshed and destruction? Take us to task for any indifference we may have shown to the growing unrest around us. Repay the contrariness of our faithfulness with the comfort of your constant care. In your great mercy, heal our world. Lead those who call upon you out of harm's way. Revive the spirit of the humble, those whose courage grows faint, whose souls languish in the midst of violence and oppression, and grant us your peace. We call upon your sovereign name. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa.
Please join me with the I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 one-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No amount of warnings from the Biden administration and our intelligence could have prepared us for the sheer brutality and devastation we've seen from Mr. Putin, who expected a quick toppling of Ukraine's young democracy. He was wrong. And we have watched in awe the resilience and heroism of the Ukrainians, led by President Zelensky. But their bravery alone is not enough. We must meet their bravery with global support. This is a war, a humanitarian crisis, families, children forced to leave their home in the carnage of war. The number of refugees fleeing Ukraine has already exceeded 1 million people, and it is estimated that it will go as high as 5 million. But death, destruction, and displacement must not be forever. I thank President Biden and his administration for their steadfast leadership in the West's support of Ukraine. And alongside the President, this Congress must continue to provide necessary weapons, medicines, food, fuel, and refuge. Ukrainians worldwide, please know, we are here for you. You are welcome here. God bless America. God bless Ukraine.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, since November of 2020, our team has pressured the National Personnel Records Center, the agency responsible for processing veterans' service records, to return to full staffing levels and expedite the requests of veterans who, in some cases, have waited over a year for access to their benefits. Most recently, the NPRC was operating at 25% capacity due to the pandemic, but it said it would fully reopen this month. However, the agency offered no plan on how it will tackle a backlog that has now grown to 600,000 records requests. That's 100,000 more added since June of 2021. The lack of transparency at the NPRC has made it clear that we must pass legislation like the Records Act to direct the NPRC to fully reopen and report to Congress on its efforts to clear out the backlog of records requests. Our veterans did not hesitate to sacrifice for America, and we must not hesitate in our duty to ensure they have a responsive government that is attentive to their needs. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we heard at the State of the Union address, President Biden's first year delivered a record-breaking number of new jobs. In total, 6.7 million new jobs were created for hardworking Americans. America also saw the largest calendar year decrease in unemployment in the nation's history, paired with record-breaking GDP growth. But America's economic prosperity is only one side of the equation, Madam Speaker. America's public health has also been strengthened during Biden's first year. Vaccination rates have tremendously risen from 15% to a whopping 65% in 1 year of full vaccination. That's more than 215 million fully vaccinated Americans, again, a record. In addition, 70 million households also received free COVID tests, and those numbers will only rise. While these are tremendous accomplishments, I can't say I'm too surprised. You see, we have a strong leader in the White House and the backing of the American people. And as President Biden said on Tuesday, we never lose a bet against the American people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Rise to address the House floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I have met with many police officers who serve communities in Texas' 25th District, and I continue to be inspired by their acts of bravery and dedication to protecting others. Now we are facing a time where there has been a tragic increase in police officers being targeted and killed while on the job as violent crime skyrockets across America. Last year alone, 346 officers were shot in the line of duty, the highest in 20 years. One of Texas' 25th's own Hill County Constable Kevin Cordell was shot multiple times while on a high-speed car chase. One bullet went through his windshield of the vehicle, struck him in the head, and he exited, also hit his neck. By God's grace, he survived the shooting and recovered after surgery. Liberal activists who care more about political agendas than they put public safety are making our cities unsafe. Last year, Austin, Texas, submitted to the radical left entire police hatred and cut $150 million from their police budget. This budget cut put Texas families residing at greater risk for longer emergency response times and paves the way for lawlessness.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Chairman, I now yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the retirement of Ms. Regina Jackson, a phenomenal leader and constituent and a very good friend. After over 27 years of service as president and CEO of the East Oakland Youth Development Center, Ms. Jackson's involvement with EOYDC began in 1984 when, as a graduate of the Coral Foundation Graduate Fellowship Program in Public Affairs, she was invited to serve on the board of directors. Ms. Jackson has made it her mission to invest in our children and has dedicated herself to this work. A key part of her mission at EOYDC has been inspiring our youth to perform at high levels by providing a safe, nurturing environment where young people could grow and thrive. In addition, her contributions to our community are magnificent. I mean, she's a global thought leader also for youth development. The International Diplomacy Council has sought her expertise to counsel agencies across the world. Recently, with the support of my office and local East Bay organizations, Ms. Jackson led 2 delegations of students to China for a cross-cultural exchange. On behalf of the 13th Congressional District of California, I commend Ms. Jackson for her tireless service and dedication and wish her well in this new chapter of her life.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute. Revise Senator remarks, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This country faces an energy crisis of all types: fuel, gas, electricity. But what is the issue we're pursuing? It seems to be all about this little sliver right here on this chart: carbon dioxide. Most people are surprised to be told we have 0.04% is what composes our carbon dioxide part of our atmosphere. You see 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, trace gases. I had to break this out of trace gases so you could see it on the chart. Yet in my home state of California, where we had CO2-free power plants, 2 nuclear plants, the second one will be gone in 3 years. They want to remove hydroelectric dams on the Klamath River in my district that make zero CO2. So is this really about CO2, or is it about some other political agenda? Because in my district, when the wind blows, they have to shut the power off because the trees the Forest Service are not managing might blow into the power lines coming from a hydroelectric dam. I do not understand what the energy policy of this country is, because I don't think there is one anymore. We need to get back to doing what we do well and not pursue this fruitless agenda. I yield back.
Gentleman's time. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of the late State Representative Raymond Jordan, Jr. Representative Jordan was a good man, a trailblazing man, a friend and mentor to many. A resident of Springfield and a product of Springfield Public Schools, he went on to become the first African-American elected to the Massachusetts State's House. Over the course of his career, he chaired the powerful Ways and Means Committee and the Committee on Housing and Urban Development. His indefatigable commitment to equity and justice earned him the enduring yet befitting nickname of Barracuda. His impact in his local community, in Massachusetts history, and politics is indelible and enduring. In bills, in laws, in buildings, but most of all, in people. But many of his greatest achievements will live on through the loving family that he built alongside the love of his life, Donna Harris Jordan. Of all his most memorable titles and tasks, he would most want to be remembered as a loving husband and father who fought tirelessly for his community and his people. When I think of the late Raymond Jordan, Jr., I'm reminded of the words of the African-American hymn that says, "May the work I've done speak for me." Indeed, the many works of Raymond Jordan speak for him both now and for eternity. May he rest in power and in peace.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized
Thank
for
you.
1
Thank you.
minute without objection.
Madam Speaker, we're in the depths of the Biden energy crisis. On day one of Joe Biden's presidency, he launched his war on American energy when he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, which could be supplying 830,000 barrels of oil a day from Canada to U.S. refineries. As recently as a few days ago, we imported 600,000 barrels of oil from Russia. During the State of the Union, President Biden said he claimed he wanted to buy American, but regrettably, he did not apply that to our oil or our natural gas. Biden has made it crystal clear that his anti-energy agenda would continue. He also announced that he would once again tap into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and release 30 million barrels of oil in another desperate attempt to reduce gas prices here at home. The SPR is supposed to be used for national security emergencies and for major weather events, not for Biden to use as a political Hail Mary when his policies fail us. Energy security is national security. And let me say this, Winston Churchill said appeasement is like feeding a crocodile and hope he eats you last. We must stop appeasing Russia. We must be Churchill in this moment, not Chamberlain. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and enter my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Russia's unprovoked, unjustified war in Ukraine threatens peace, democracy, and stability around the globe. However, what it does not do is break us, and it has not broken the people of Ukraine. Instead, the people of Ukraine have shown the world their resilience and the strength of democracy. As we work to hold Vladimir Putin accountable for his aggression, we must also ensure that we provide support for the Ukrainian people as they seek certainty and refuge. As an emergency physician and the only trained humanitarian in Congress, I have seen firsthand what lies ahead for those fleeing a crisis. This is a complex humanitarian crisis and deserves a human response. The U.S. must contribute to that response, including helping our humanitarian partners on the ground and granting Ukrainians refuge and temporary protected status to Ukrainian nationals here in the country. I stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people to protect their sovereignty, and my prayers are with them.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 3967 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 179, H.R. 3967, a bill to improve health care and benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances and for other purposes.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 117-253. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 20, printed in Part B of House Report Number 117-253, offered by Ms. Ross of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge support of my amendment along with my colleague from North Carolina, Representative Rouser. This amendment will require the Department of Defense to study additional non-fire extinguishing agent sources of toxic PFAS, known as forever chemicals, on military installations. Our amendment also requires the Department of Defense to make a recommendation to Congress on expanding the eligibility for VA registry of individuals exposed to PFAS during their service. While fire extinguishing agents is our common source of service member exposure to forever chemicals, as the Speaker knows, PFAS toxins are ever present on military bases from other sources. Studies have shown that these dangerous toxicants are ubiquitous in the kinds of ready-to-make meal packages, textiles, and cookware used on military installations. Use of these products has exposed service members and veterans to PFAS, which have been proven to cause cancer, liver damage, birth defects, and other troubling medical conditions. We must ensure that we fully understand the scope of PFAS exposure on military bases and expand our parameters for veteran eligibility for medical care accordingly. Doing so will give veterans exposed to these toxins the opportunity to receive care for the conditions they develop as a result of their service in uniform. This amendment not only empowers and protects veterans, but it solicits a critically important study from the DoD to better understand the presence of PFAS on military installations and prevent exposure in the future. In alignment with the mission of the Honoring Our Pact Act, this amendment upholds our responsibility to prevent and mitigate the health consequences of exposure to toxic substances. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Takano for his outstanding leadership in bringing this important legislation to the floor. I also want to thank Representative Rouser from North Carolina for joining me in offering this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Chairman Takano.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I'm pleased to support this amendment by the gentlelady and Congressman Rouser. It will require DoD to submit to Congress a report on sources of PFAS on military installations other than aqueous film forming foam, and providing recommendations regarding whether to expand registry eligibility to individuals exposed to PFAS from other sources. The PFAS data gathered by this amendment will be of tremendous value as VA, DoD, and other agencies across our federal government continue their research related to this important matter. Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close and reserve my time.
Thank you, Madam
From Iowa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment will help us understand additional sources of PFAS exposure on military bases and empower veterans to seek medical care accordingly. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, along with Representative Rouser, and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in Part B of the House Report 117-253. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Mr. Ruiz of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Ruiz, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of my amendment to the Honoring Our Pact Act, which includes language from my bill, the Burn Pits Registry Enhancement Act. This amendment would allow veterans in the Burn Pits Registry to designate someone to update the registry with their cause of death. I hope that makes common sense. This data is crucial to further identify illnesses that are causing burn pit exposed veterans to die and will help doctors recognize early symptoms. I also rise in support of another amendment I submitted that was part of an en bloc package that passed yesterday. That amendment is from my Reducing Exposure to Burn Pits Act, which it would require the DoD to consider safer alternatives to burn pits. This amendment will get us one step closer to ending the exposure to toxic burn pits once and for all. I have fought for years to bring attention to this issue and its devastating toll on our nation's service members and their families. I have told the story of Jennifer Kepner, an Air Force veteran from Cathedral City in my district. She was an otherwise healthy mother of two who lost her courageous battle with pancreatic cancer, likely caused by her exposure to burn pits during her military service. I have told the story of Alejandro Camacho, my constituent from Palm Desert, who developed testicular cancer from the toxic smoke and carcinogens he breathed in every day during his service in Iraq. It is for Jennifer, Alejandro, and the millions of other veterans suffering from their burn pit exposure that I founded the bipartisan, bicameral Congressional Burn Pits Caucus. And it is why I introduced the Presumptive Benefits for Warfighters Exposed to Burn Pits and Other Toxins Act to create a presumption of service connection for 23 illnesses related to service near burn pits. That bill is included in the Honoring Our Pact Act and highlights the urgent need to pass it now. The Honoring Our Pact Act will take urgent and aggressive action to give veterans the care they need and ensure we don't repeat the Agent Orange delays that our Vietnam veterans experienced. Last night, I texted the widow of Jennifer Kepner, Ben Kepner, and I said, "Tomorrow's the big day, my friend." And he texted back, "Tomorrow's Jennifer Kepner's birthday." So we will pass this bill on Jennifer Kepner's birthday, which is amazing. At this point, I want to yield 30 seconds to Chairman Takano.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment introduced by Representatives Ruiz, Ryan, and Gonzalez-Colon. But I'm going to take up my 30 seconds to just say how much this bill, the PACT Act, rests on the work, passion, and energy of the gentleman from the neighboring district in Riverside County, which we both have the honor to represent. Dr. Ruiz has brought his tremendous knowledge as a doctor, as somebody with 3 medically related degrees from Harvard University, the first Latino to do so. I can't say enough about the work that he's done to make this possible, and we all are grateful. Jennifer, we congratulate you.
I yield back my time.
The gentleman, does the gentlewoman from Iowa claim the time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, how much time does he? It's 1 minute and 3/4.
I would like to take that minute. Thank you.
Without objection.
I'd like to thank Chairman Takano and the VA committee staff for their tireless work and their leadership and their courage and their bravery to address this incredible problem. And I would also like to thank all the veterans who spoke up when nobody listened, like Rosie Torres from Burn Pits 360 and many others who have lost a loved one. All the widows who have for once been crying to be recognized and pleading us to do something so that other veterans wouldn't suffer these atrocities. This is a self-inflicted DOD wounds that our military did to our service members, and now they are dying as delayed casualties of war due to those exposures. We need to save lives today. This is a life and death situation. If there is ever a human face to policy, it is now in this policy, because there are children wondering why, when their parents came back healthy from the war, they died 5, 6, 7 years later. This is why we need to pass this bill and ensure that our promise to our veterans and our promise to our Vietnam veterans that we will never allow their Agent Orange experience translate ever again into the American experience. This is our time to stand up for our veterans, not just in hugging flags, but also in pragmatic solidarity and support to give them the care and the relief that they need right now. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I want to yield back and wish Jennifer Kepner and the Kepner family a very happy birthday celebration in memory of Jennifer Kepner. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As both a physician and a 24-year military veteran, coming from a family of veterans, married to a veteran of 30 years, let me say, Dr. Ruiz, let me say to my colleague, we can save lives today with a bill on the President's desk today by passing in this chamber the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act. We can pass that now, and they can receive health care now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady has the only time. Do you?
Did he say?
Does gentlelady yield back?
I yield back.
Thank you. Pursuant to the House Resolution 950, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no.
For recorded vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I call for a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part B of the House Report 117-253. For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Mr. Ryan of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Takano for including in this bill the Heath Robinson Burn Pit Transparency Act as a part of this comprehensive bill to address toxic exposure in our veteran community. I rise today to discuss my amendment, the Heath Robinson Burn Pits Transparency Act, named for Heath Robinson, who I spoke about in this very chamber just 4 months ago. I stand here humbled to see it come to the floor in a bipartisan effort to finally address this dire problem. Heath deployed to Kosovo in 2004 and Iraq in 2006 and was the Ohio National Guard NCO Soldier of the Year in 2012 and 13. Being a soldier was Heath's identity. He was proud of his service and humbled to serve overseas, defending those he loved. While deployed, Heath was exposed to burn pits in Iraq, and those toxic wounds of war followed Heath home. He was a loving father, husband, son, who unfortunately and tragically lost his life on May 6, 2020, at the young age of 39. His story is a sobering one, but reminds us why this amendment is needed. In late 2016, Heath began noticing early symptoms, starting with fatigue, which worsened to chronic gushing nosebleeds and bleeding from his ears. After a dozen doctors were unable to provide answers, it was finally determined that at the age of 35, he suffered from a rare autoimmune disease. After new symptoms presented and Heath's condition deteriorated, his family learned Heath was stricken with an extremely rare form of lung cancer that, according to 20 oncologists, could have only been caused by prolonged inhalation of concentrated toxic substances. Heath was eventually forced into a medical separation, with his lung cancer being deemed 100% service-connected by the Veterans Administration. His retirement documents specify that Heath was a recently retired combat veteran. However, once he applied for comprehensive caregiver benefits, the VA denied him. They stated that although Heath Robinson's lung cancer was 100% service-connected, there was no evidence that his cancer was caused by burn pits or combat-related. His wife, a doctor of physical therapy, had to take an unpaid leave of absence from a full-time job to handle her husband's round-the-clock care. This service was paramount to this family, and the VA failed them. The final year of Heath's life consisted of his wife and her mom watching helplessly as Heath suffered in pain, struggling to breathe daily and coughing incessantly. Many days were spent holding a basin under his face to catch vomit and blood streaming from his nose while they shoved the oxygen tube in his mouth intermittently so he wouldn't die. They lost count of the number of times he had to be rushed to the nearest emergency room, only to be transferred to a trauma hospital because the doctors had no idea what to do with him. Doctors exclaimed that they've never seen a cancer like Heath had. The VA decided this American soldier and war veteran didn't qualify for caregiver benefits because his exposure to inhaling toxic burn pit smoke did not cause his lung cancer. The Robinson family suffered tremendously while earned benefits were withheld by the VA. The story of the Robinson family is one of many, dating back years to the days of Agent Orange, where other veterans suffered the same fate. When veterans seek treatment related to burn pit exposure, my amendment requires the VA to report it to Congress. It demands transparency and helps find policy solutions driven by large-scale data to get our veterans the care they need and that they have earned. We can do better to provide care for soldiers and family members, and we must provide safeguards and transparency to ensure that. I urge a yes vote on my amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed. I reserve
Without
the balance
objection.
of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves.
This time, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from
It
California.
has 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 15 seconds to the chairman of the committee for any comments.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Congressman Ryan's bipartisan amendment. And let me just say that the PACT Act is something that this Congress must do, and the Republican substitute is simply what this Congress can get away with. We cannot simply rest on what we can get away with.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote.
The gentlewoman from Iowa.
I reserve. I can yield.
You have the only time, so do you yield back does the gentlewoman yield back her time?
Is the representative prepared to close?
He closed. He's out of
I
time.
yield back.
You're the only one with time. The gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on the Amendment 22 printed in Part B of House Report 117-253, offered by the gentleman from California. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Mr. Ruiz of California.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona and Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Reese Amendment number 22.
Recognition. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson in the great state of North Carolina, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote yea on amendment number 22. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on Amendment 22. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Member Fallon, Member Ronnie Jackson, and Member Darrell Isis, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote no on Amendment 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Kai Kahele, Lucille Royba Allard, and Jim Costa, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment 22.
Sorry? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner of Missouri will vote aye on Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Veazey of Texas, Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, and Ms. Manning of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
Well, it's amazing how pervasive the concern about COVID is on the last day.
You can't. You can't.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairwoman Lofgren, Representatives Rush, Strickland, and Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, where it is illegal to take a lion to the movies, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, one of only 2 states in the United States to have a tropical climate, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Raskin of Maryland, home to the Chesapeake Bay, which holds more than 18 trillion gallons of water, I inform the House that Mr. Raskin will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
From Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yes on amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Brown of Maryland, and Mr. Quiller of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Swalwell, Mr. Vicente Gonzalez, Ms. Barragan, Correa, and Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Ruiz Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Del Bene, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
North or South Dakota? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on amendment number 22. And as the Speaker designated by Mr. Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote yes on amendment 22.
Recognition.
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, I inform the House that Ms. Letlow will vote yea on Amendment 22. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote yea on Amendment 22.
From Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on agreeing to amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated for Mr. Babin from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yea on Amendment 22.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomert of Texas and by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on Amendment 22.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Are we live? Oh, there. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote yes on Amendment 22.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on amendment number 22.
From New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Ruiz Amendment number 22.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Sheila C. McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote
yay on the Reyes Amendment 22.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on amendment number 22.
On this vote, the yeas are 425, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 23, printed in Part B of House Report 117-253, offered by the gentleman from Ohio. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part
The
B
question
of
is
House
on the
Report
amendment
number
offered-
117-253, offered by Mr. Ryan of Ohio.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Purpose of the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Kai Kahele, Jim Costa, and Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote no on Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote yea on Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Mr. Vesey of Texas, and Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon. I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on Amendment number 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on Amendment number 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on Amendment number 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the Ryan amendment.
Yeah, I think it's South Carolina. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay on Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Brown of Maryland, and Mr. Queller of Texas, I inform the House these members will vote aye on the Ryan amendment.
Recognition.
Named by Mr. Pat Fallon, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on Amendment number 23. And as the member designated by Mr. Darrell Isis and Mr. Ronnie Jackson, I inform the House that they will both vote no on Amendment number 23.
Illinois. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on Amendment number 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yea on Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on Amendment number 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Pocan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomert of Texas and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that both members will vote nay on Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairwoman Lofgren, Representatives Rush, Strickland, and Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote no on the Ryan amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, where it is illegal to scare a pigeon, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on the Ryan Amendment. As the representative designated by Mr. Raskin of Maryland, home of Thurgood Marshall, Frederick Douglass, and Rachel Carson, I inform the House that Mr. Raskin will vote yes on the Ryan Amendment. And as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, home to the largest tortoise ever weighted at 996 pounds, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Ryan Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, I inform the House that Ms. Letlow will vote yea on Amendment 23. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote nay on Amendment 23.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Cardenas, Swalwell, Vicente Gonzalez, Barragan, Correa, and Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Ryan Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on Amendment 23. And as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote yes on Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of the great state of North Carolina, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote yes on Amendment number 23.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Sheila C. McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Ryan Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on Amendment 23. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on Amendment 23.
What from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Del Bene, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on the Ryan Amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 348, the nays are 78. The amendment is adopted. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Union Calendar number 179, H.R. 3967, a bill to improve health care and benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For the purpose of the gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Raskin of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3967, and I will do the same.
For what purpose of the gentlewoman from Indiana, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner of Missouri votes no on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentlewoman from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentlewoman from Illinois, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote no on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Mr. Veazey of Texas, and Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentlewoman from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentlewoman from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pat Fallon of Texas, Mr. Ronnie Jackson of Texas, and Mr. Darrell Isis from California, I inform the House that all three will vote nay on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Messrs. Grijalva and Pocan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from North Dakota, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on H.R. 3967. And as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Trone, and Mr. Brown of Maryland, and Mr. Queller of Texas, I inform the House these members will vote aye on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote no on final passage.
For what purpose of the gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Representatives Jim Costa, Lucille Roby-Allard, and Kai Kahele, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from South Carolina, seek recognition.
Pray for Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose of the gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Del Bene, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote no on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representatives Rush, Underwood, and Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3967. Thanks.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson from the great state of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote yea on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Carnes, Swalwell, Vicente Gonzalez, Barragan, Correa, and Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Member Sheila C. McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, I am pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, I inform the House that Ms. Letlow will vote nay on H.R. 3967. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote nay on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on H.R. 3967. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 3967.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomert of Texas and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that both members will vote nay on H.R. 3967.
On this vote, the yeas are 256 and the nays are 174. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm instructed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask permission to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, February 13, a catastrophic tragedy took place in a close-knit eastern North Carolina community. A small plane carrying 8 passengers, including 4 teenagers, crashed into the Atlantic Ocean just 4 miles east of Drum Inlet. Tragically, all 8 North Carolinians perished in the crash. There are no words to describe the pain and devastation that our community has felt in the weeks following this tragic accident. Yet through this heartbreak, we have all been moved by the outpouring love and support from all of those across North Carolina and our great nation. We cannot thank our first responders, U.S. Coast Guard, the Carteret County Sheriff's Office, state agencies, and community members enough for coming together in support of the families impacted by this heartbreaking tragedy. Members of our community have participated in many loving tributes to honor those we lost. I am grateful to the volunteers, ministers, students, teachers, parents, grandparents, friends, and classmates who are helping to provide aid and support, as well as comfort to our Down East residents. Their selflessness and commitment to others is to be commended, and I honor their service. We always remember the beloved North Carolinians whom we lost. Douglas Hunter Parks, 45, from Sea Level, North Carolina. Stephanie Ann McGinnis Fulcher, 42, Sea Level, North Carolina. Jeffrey Worthington Rawls, 28, Greenville, North Carolina. Ernestine Rawls, pilot, 67, Greenville, North Carolina. Jonathan Cole McGinnis, 15, Sea Level, North Carolina. Jacob Nolan Taylor, 16, Atlantic, North Carolina. Noah Lee Styron, 15, Cedar Island, North Carolina. Michael Daly Shepard, 15, Atlantic, North Carolina. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask for a moment of silence to remember those who perished on that fateful day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Application of certain provisions of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2000 for fiscal year 2021.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the Majority Leader the schedule for next week.
Without objection.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I also ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to yield to my friend, the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader of the House.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. On Monday, Mr. Speaker, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed until 6:30 p.m. On Tuesday, the House will meet at 10 for morning hour and 12 p.m. for legislative business. On Wednesday, the House will meet at 9 for legislative business. The House will consider an omnibus appropriations package, so the House and Senate can both pass it before March 11th. As the minority whip knows, as the Republican whip knows, on March 11th at 12 o'clock, if we have not passed additional authorization for funding of government, government will shut down. So it is imperative that we act. In light of the fact that we will be, many of us on the Democratic side of the aisle will be going to Philadelphia for our legislative retreat on the Wednesday preceding March 11th, the 9th. We need to act by that time and send something to the Senate. I hope we can do that. The House will also consider H-Con Res 70, condemning threats of violence against historically black colleges and universities, too many of which we've seen in recent weeks, and reaffirming support of HBCUs and their students introduced by Representative Alma Adams, and that will be considered under suspension of the rules. The House will also consider other bills under suspension of the rules. The complete list of suspension bills will be announced by the close of business tomorrow. Additional legislative items are, of course, possible, and I want to say that clearly one of the principal focuses that we have is the onslaught and criminal behavior led by Vladimir Putin, which is occurring in Ukraine. The President spoke to the country and to us on Tuesday in a State of the Union message, in which he made it clear that we need to be unified. And in fact, we passed a resolution in which, for the most part, save 3 of our members, we were unified. And I would hope, Mr. Speaker, that we would remain unified in the face of what is the breaking of international law and could be called a genocide of the Ukrainian people by Vladimir Putin. I'm hopeful that we will remain unified and focused on that issue as we proceed, and I yield back to my friend.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and share the gentleman's expression of unified support with the people of Ukraine. Clearly, we stand with the heroic people of Ukraine, President Zelensky, the inspiration he's been showing to the world, and the strong people of Ukraine. What we're seeing from Russia is barbaric. One of my colleagues, Representative Spartz, who actually was born in Ukraine, she's been very outspoken about the genocide that's happening to the people of Ukraine. As the gentleman mentioned, the resolution that we passed with Mr. Meeks and Ms. Spartz, bipartisan, overwhelming vote of support standing with the people of Ukraine. Clearly, they've asked for a number of very specific things, some military equipment, supplies, as well as humanitarian relief, and we need to continue to push as hard as we can to make sure it's delivered as expeditiously as possible as we watch continuous barbaric attacks, raids, bombing, carpet bombing, cluster bombs, things that are illegal under international law, yet Putin continues to commit these barbaric crimes against the people of Ukraine. They're tough people, and they're not going to give up their country, and we need to do everything we can to help them. One other thing that was mentioned in this resolution, because people obviously want to know, what can we do? And there are a number of steps that are being taken. There are other steps that we would also like to see this Congress take. In the resolution, there were 2 provisions specifically that I wanted to bring up. One of the resolution requests was that we pledge, the United States Congress pledge support working with Europe and international partners to bolster Europe's energy security and reduce its dependence on Russian energy imports. The resolution that we passed also goes on to say, we resolve that we underscore the importance of maintaining United States energy independence for the benefit of the American people and United States allies. And with that, there was a piece of legislation that was just filed earlier this week to do just that. It's H.R. 6858 by Ms. McMorris Rogers and Mr. Westerman, the ranking members of the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Natural Resources Committee, to really go into the heart of what we can do as a country and as a Congress to take leverage away from Vladimir Putin as it relates to energy. I think we can all see over the years how Europe has become very dependent on Russian energy, unfortunately getting over 40% of their oil from Russia. This is also putting billions of dollars in the pocket of Vladimir Putin. And when you look at the price of oil today, over $110 a barrel, if you just look at the daily benefit that that gives to Vladimir Putin, he's making over $700 million every single day selling oil to the United States and Europe. Think about that. Vladimir Putin is pocketing today over $700 million, and he's going to get another $700 million tomorrow and another the day after by selling his oil to the United States and to Europe. There are things we can do to stop that. And that's what H.R. 6858 really goes to the heart of. And some of those things that are very specific. President Biden, just a few weeks ago, put a complete freeze on all oil and gas projects in America, all oil and gas projects. That means we are not allowing the United States to provide for the resources of our country and our allies. As we used to be exporting oil to our allies around the world, it's becoming harder to do that because those policies by President Biden are shutting off American energy. At the same time, President Biden was asking Vladimir Putin to produce more oil for us. There's no reason we should be asking Russia to do what we in America can do, yet that is a policy that was put in place. President Biden can reverse that today. I've called on President Biden to reverse all of these specific actions today, but this legislation would at least show that Congress is ready to allow ourselves to be energy independent so that we can take that leverage away from Putin. We can take that $700 million a day away from Putin. Obviously, there are a number of other things, just permits for things like LNG. Natural gas, Putin is supplying a tremendous amount of natural gas to Europe. There are 6 projects right now sitting on the Biden administration's desk to approve LNG permit applications for major projects, multi-billion-dollar, private sector-funded projects in America to allow us to ship natural gas to our European allies so they don't need to get it from Putin. Not one of those permits has been approved in over a year. Same thing, permits for pipelines. It's not just the Keystone Pipeline. There are many other pipeline projects, including 2 states in the Northeast. The United States, states like Massachusetts, are importing their oil from Vladimir Putin because they can't get it through pipelines in America. This opens that up. It does a number of other things to allow America to become energy independent, but more importantly, to take the leverage away from Vladimir Putin that he has today, that he's using to pocket over $700 million a day by selling his energy to us in Europe. I would love to see that bill on the floor, and I think a lot of other people would too, to send a message to Putin that we're not going to be a part of helping him finance this barbaric war on Ukraine. And so I would ask the gentleman if we could look at bringing H.R. 6858 to the floor, have a full debate, pass a strong piece of legislation that would send a signal to our friends around the world, surely to the people of Ukraine, but also to Vladimir Putin, that he's not going to be able to finance his war off the backs of oil he's selling to the United States and Europe and using that against the people of Ukraine. I would yield to the gentleman.
As I said, I hope we can be unified and seek to pursue that which unifies us. If we did everything that the gentleman suggests is in that bill, it would not make an immediate difference. The gentleman knows that. The gentleman knows that there are literally millions of acres available for additional pumping oil rigs to be arrayed, both offshore and onshore. The gentleman knows we just released 300 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
30 million, I believe it is.
Excuse me, 30 million. So that this administration has taken actions immediately to assist the Europeans. In addition, of course, the Europeans have done something. As the gentleman knows, in terms of reliance, the Germans, in a very difficult political decision for them, has canceled any further actions dealing with the receiving energy through a pipeline in Germany known as Nord Stream 2. He knows further that there is consideration to reactivate or to not decommission nuclear plants, which provide not only clean energy, but abundant energy. In my part of the world, in the Southern Maryland district that I represent, we have a nuclear power plant that produces clean energy for us in abundance. So I would urge the gentleman, very frankly, I've heard this argument when we had recession. I've heard this argument when we had stock market go down, the stock market go up. We're producing more energy than any other country on earth right now. We are exporting energy right now. Now, the issue as to whether or not we have a relatively small sector, but the gentleman's correct, receiving oil, some jurisdictions from Russia, as to whether we ought to continue that, I think that's a valid argument and we ought to pursue it. But I want to say to the gentleman very, very frankly, that we need to be focused on what we have done and what we are doing. NATO is unified. And NATO is taking unified action. All the nations of NATO are taking actions, both with respect to stopping any benefits to Russia, which may facilitate the funding of their operations. We have taken very, very substantial sanctions, as you know. We've cut off the Russian central bank, which freezes Putin's strategic reserve funds. He had $600 billion that he was relying on. He called a war fund. We've imposed full sanction on Russia's other major financial institutions, state-owned enterprise critical to its economy. We've removed Russian banks from SWIFT, an action that nobody thought the Europeans would join us in, but they have. We've secured new export controls to cut off Russia's access to tech inputs, including microchips. We've frozen the assets of Putin and oligarchs close to him and launched a task force to hunt down and freeze more of their wealth. We've stopped the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that I talked about, which would have made Germany and some of Europe even more dependent on energy from Russia. Again, some months ago, nobody would have thought that was possible. President Biden has achieved that. We've done $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine over the past year, a massive increase over past administrations, and has also announced a $1 billion sovereign loan guarantee to shore up Ukraine's economy. Now, America essentially is energy independent. As I said, we're exporting energy. If we didn't export energy, we may be fully independent. Having said that, the gentleman comes from an area of the country that refines some of the kind of oil we get from Russia, heavy crude, as the gentleman knows much better than I do because he's very, very familiar with that industry. Energy is important. We believe as well that assuring energy that is not damaging to our global health is also important. I would be for not buying any oil from Russia. And then what would happen is, and may happen yet, is the price of oil would go up. The gentleman knows that. And then the gentleman would rise and say to me, how can you possibly allow prices to be where they are? I want to honestly tell the American people, we are not sending troops. We will not have people on the front lines. But we will pay a cost to take the actions that the President has courageously taken and that President Zelensky has courageously taken to defend Ukraine's freedom. We'll pay a cost. So the President's trying to balance that with doing what needs to be done. I frankly think he is doing what needs to be done, and I am very proud of the fact that, as I said yesterday, we joined together in a bipartisan way to support the Ukrainian people. We have differences of opinion on energy policy. For the most part, I think many of your members don't believe in global warming is the threat that we believe it is on this side of the aisle. So we have differences of agreement on energy. But what we don't have differences of opinion on, I hope, is that we ought to decrease to the extent we possibly can any economic benefits to Putin. Not the Russian people, but to Putin and the war machine that he has put in place, and as you and I have agreed, he's killing Ukrainians. Unprovoked, unjustified, illegal under international law. And so that's the real issue that we ought to be focused on. And yes, we ought to continue to have a fulsome debate on energy policy. Very, very important. But I will tell the gentleman, as I said before, there are millions of acres, millions, currently available to produce more energy in this country. The gentleman's party was in charge for a long period of time, both the House, the Senate, and the presidency under President Trump. And essentially, the policies that the gentleman, I don't know all the policies in that bill, obviously I haven't read that bill, could have been affected during that period of time. So, bottom line is, the gentleman's correct. We need to make sure that Putin pays a horrific price and that we substantially reduce the resources he has available to perpetrate this international crime. And in the process, we ought to remember that this Congress appropriated over $400 million some years ago to help Ukraine. And President Trump held that money hostage, urging Mr. Zelensky to see if he could get dirt on President Biden. President Trump has recently said how brilliant he thinks Mr. Putin is, and that our president is dumb. That doesn't reflect unity. That doesn't reflect a country that is together to confront an enemy. That undermines our democracy. Mr. Pompeo has also said he thinks Putin is brilliant. I think Putin is an international criminal. I think Putin is what he was grown up to be. He says he's very shrewd, very capable. There are many dictators and tyrants of the world that you could say that about. He didn't say he was a criminal. I'm talking about Pompeo and Trump, or that he was committing a genocide, as you and I have said. Those were not words that either the former Secretary of State or the former President of the United States used just recently after the invasion. So I would say to my friend, very sincerely, we have differences of views on energy. We don't have difference of views, however, on diminishing very radically any resources which Putin could rely on to perpetrate his unjustified and criminal invasion of a sovereign country who has shown no threat to Russia or the Russian people. But at some point in time, we'll continue this argument about drilling and production of more oil. But we will continue, I think, to try to be unified on the issue at hand. And America's unity expressed to the rest of the world will give the Ukrainians, I think, more confidence, give NATO more confidence. And I might say that when I mentioned that NATO has taken extraordinary steps, President Biden, unlike his predecessor, created respect and unity among the NATO allies. Germany, in particular, on Nord Stream 2. The former president uniformly demeaned Ms. Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, and our relations with Germany were very strained. President Biden has put those together, critically important in facing Putin down at this point in time. As General Milley said in our briefing, this was not classified, he said he thought that Russia was going to lose in the end, or at least Putin was going to lose. The Russian people don't want this war. The Russian people do not feel threatened by Ukraine. Putin wants to create empire. And that is what I think we ought to stay focused on and unified on. And we will debate energy policy. But let us not deceive the American public that any policies of this administration have undermined the ability to drill and produce additional energy on those millions of acres that are available on public lands and in public waters right now. Right now. I yield back.
Well, thank the gentleman for yielding. And there are many areas that we have been unified in our response to Ukraine, but it is not unifying to say leave Russia's oil off the table in terms of sanctions. That was left out by President Biden. When he issued sanctions, he specifically exempted Russia's oil, and it is not unifying. There are a lot of people that are angry about that because we're watching the amount of money that Putin is putting in his pocket every day, and he's using that money. Okay, so you take other sanctions, you take other things off the table. The banking system might be hit hard, except if he's able to put $700 million, and it's probably closer to $1 billion a day now with this higher price of oil because of what he's done and what our country has done to take energy off the table.
Will my friend yield just so I can clarify?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. I do not believe energy ought to be taken off the table. I want to assure my friend that is not my position, nor is it our collective position as a party. I understand what the gentleman said. I agree with the gentleman that to the extent that we can decrease any, underline any, resources available to Putin and his war machine, we ought to do it.
And I appreciate that clarification because it is in President Biden's set of sanctions that he specifically exempted energy. Clearly, that's not unifying even to us, but it's the money that is still allowed to be flowing into Russia, to Putin's pocket, to finance the war that many of us want to get at. And if H.R. 6858, after the gentleman looks at it, has some provisions that we could work on, I think it would be very unifying to the country to say we're finally going to confront what might be Vladimir Putin's largest source of funding, and that is his oil exports to the United States, which offends many, many people that today we're getting over 100,000 barrels every single day from Russia because we took things like the Keystone Pipeline off the table. That would have brought us oil from Canada. Canada's a friend, by the way. And it's not like the need and the demand just went away. The demand's still there. So President Biden said, no, we don't want Canadian oil. But it wasn't because he didn't want any oil. He didn't say, no, we don't want any pipelines. He just said no to the Canadian to America pipeline. But he said yes to the Nord Stream 2 initially. But he also said to Vladimir Putin, would you produce more oil? And let's keep in mind, I know there's this conversation about the planet. Let's be honest about carbon emissions. Carbon is emitted all around the globe. And so if we shut down production in America, which has been done, and it's not just on federal lands where the president is not issuing permits, he put a freeze just 2 weeks ago on all new permits, but it's also the banking system that he's using to go after oil and gas companies. So there's no investment being made in America. They're making investment, billions of dollars of investment in other countries. They're just not making it here in America because of those policies. And again, that just gives more leverage to Putin. We were paying less than $2 a gallon under President Trump. I know the gentleman wanted to bring up President Trump. President Trump stood up to Putin, by the way. You didn't see an invasion anywhere in Ukraine under President Trump. You surely did under President Obama and Vice President Biden when Putin walked in and took Crimea with no consequence. Afghanistan, the weakness that was showed, clearly was being watched by Putin and Xi and other adversaries as a preface to then go and start marshaling troops on the Ukraine border. President Trump didn't let that happen. He stood up to Putin, and pushed back on Putin. And he also used energy as a weapon against our enemies because we were producing enough to not only meet our needs, but to export to our friends around the world. Surely lowered price and was a benefit to Americans, but it also helped our allies around the world. That's been taken off the table. But let's talk about the carbon emission side, because oil's being produced. It's just that a lot of it isn't being produced here that would otherwise be in the mix. So if you look at, for example, Russian oil, Russia emits probably 40% more carbon to make the same oil that otherwise would be made in the United States because we have better standards in America. I know a lot of people love beating up on America. We do it better than anybody else. Our technology is better than anybody else. In fact, our technology for producing energy is the envy of the world. It should be the model for the world, because if we're not making it, Russia's going to be making it. And believe me, futures prices of oil have an impact on price today, which is why when President Biden walked in and shut the spigots off in America, sure, there's production going on from previous leases that happened under previous administrations, including President Trump, that was driving the price down. But when he walked in day one and said no to Keystone Pipeline, in other words, no to Canada's oil, but yes to Russia's oil, that had an impact on price. When he said no to federal drilling, which then he expanded to all drilling, any new permits. Sure, the stuff that's going on out there is still going on, but there's no new investment being made in America. It's being made in other countries, including Russia, including OPEC nations. And because of that, they're able to control the price, because they're cartels. We had literally taken the monopoly away from OPEC in Russia when we were producing enough and using the resources of this great nation, by the way, in a much more energy efficient way than anywhere else in the world. We were reducing carbon emissions in America while producing our own energy, while manufacturing more in America. And the more things are shut down here, they're being made in other places. And those other places emit more carbon. China's building a coal plant probably every single week. China emits more carbon, probably 5 times more carbon, to make many of the same things that we make in America. And so the less we make here, it's still being made. Just being made in other countries. They get the jobs, but they also emit more carbon. And so as people talk about carbon emissions, don't leave that point out, because it's an important point. Again, it was President Biden himself who asked Putin to produce more oil just last year. And the oil produced in Russia has a higher carbon price than made here in America. And it makes us less secure. It makes Putin more strong. It gives him hundreds of millions of dollars a day that we can take off the table. I think that would be very unifying if we had that debate and said, can we get an agreement on some of these provisions that would actually strengthen our country? You know, even if Russia wasn't invading Ukraine, it would be smart American policy. It would reduce carbon emissions, but especially considering what's going on in Russia. This is much more pertinent today to have this discussion. And again, I think it can be unifying. Just because right now we might not see eye to eye, I think there's a way to see eye to eye on this if we actually had that debate and looked at it from a global perspective, not just in a silo in America, because again, there's a global market for oil. Carbon emissions are global. And the countries that are taking the things away that we're shutting down here in America emit more carbon. It's a fact. Why shouldn't we be talking about that too? And frankly, taking away the leverage that Putin would have. I would yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. First of all, the Speaker just announced minutes ago she is opposed to importing any oil from Russia. So the comment I just made to you, if you are trying to project that we want to see Russia advantaged by any expenditures we have on imports, now the Speaker has said exactly what I just said. We're not for that, okay? There are 26 million acres right now available, unaffected, as I understand it, by any of the constraints that you have talked about, available for additional drilling. There are 11 million acres, that's 37 million acres currently available for production of additional product in the United States of America, right now. So that the red herring of somehow Trump is President Biden is constraining the production of oil in this country, as I understand it. You're much more aware of this because you come from a producing state and obviously are focused on this. But the fact of the matter is, I am told that these 37 million acres are unaffected and are ready for production right now. Now, the debate we have, Mr. Whip, is about what kind of fuels we ought to be using. You talked a lot about carbon emission. Scientists tell us that carbon emission is a danger. As a matter of fact, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, testified when asked what is the greatest threat to America's security. I think it was last year, it may have been the year before that, said global warming. That's what they said. Now, right now, we have an immediate challenge, and nothing you suggest will affect that immediate challenge beyond the Speaker and I both telling you we agree, and I hope the President pursues this, no money to Russia, period. No buying of Russian products. Now, the gentleman mentions that, he urged Russia to produce more energy last year. Why did he urge that? He urged all OPEC nations to produce more energy. Why? Because he did not want Americans to pay more at the pump. I think that's a policy you probably support, trying to keep prices down. When you constrain with the oil cartel, when you constrain supply, what happens? Demand doesn't diminish because people got to drive to work, they got to get their kids to school, they got to get home. Demand stays steady, and what happens inevitably when supply is constrained and demand stays where it is or goes up? Prices rise. And yes, you're right. The President stands accused of trying to get more supply on the market to bring prices at the pump down. But we do have a fundamental disagreement, and frankly, we ought not to be talking about it now. We had an energy bill that most of your side did not vote for. We get that. There is a legitimate difference of opinion of where we ought to invest our dollars. And we believe we ought to invest our dollars in renewable energy that will be there for some time and does not pollute our air, increase our heat, and make our storms worse for the safety of our globe and our people for decades and centuries to come. But we do agree that we want to stop Putin. Now, the reason I pointed out Trump, because Trump didn't stop Putin. He regaled Putin. He's my friend. I know him. We can get together. Putin's a thug. He's a criminal thug. He's an international criminal. And I think we all agree on that. And it doesn't help for the President of the United States to tell the world, the former President of the United States, to tell the world, I think their guy, this criminal, this thug, is smart, or in Pompeo's word, brilliant, and our guy is dumb. Our guy's not dumb. He's very smart. I've known him for 50 years. He may disagree on policy, but that is not because he's dumb, because he has a different perspective. And very frankly, he's not withholding money from Zelensky. He's making sure Zelensky gets money. Trump tried to hold hostage money for Ukrainian security that we appropriated because we wanted early on to make sure that Zelensky had and the Ukrainian people had the resources they needed. And Mr. Trump withheld them. Now, ultimately, he paid them out after it was disclosed. So we're going to continue a different energy policy, but don't let's mislead the American people. When you have 37 million acres available for additional production, unaffected by the restraints that you talk about, he's talking about new stuff. So, my friend, let's focus in this instance, at this time of crisis, on how we can make sure that America is perceived as unified and of one mind, as we did right after 9/11, and as we did yesterday, but we abandoned that very quickly in this polarized society in which we're living. We need to be unified, and we need to be honest with the American people. It's not going to be cost-free, because neither Biden, and Biden, by the way, is urging the Saudis to increase production. and others to increase production. But as the gentleman knows, we far outstrip any of those nations in the production of energy and oil. China, a country that is 4 times our size, 4 times our size, is producing 25% of what we produce. America is producing a lot of energy. Did so under Obama. Did so under Obama. As the gentleman knows, energy production in the country rose during the Obama years. It rose during the Trump years, and still is at a high plateau. So the only thing I would say to my friend, the whip, we have energy differences on energy policy. We ought to discuss those. That's an honest difference of opinion. I want to be energy independent. I hope you heard the president talk about make it in America. And all my colleagues rose and sort of pointed at me because I've been talking about making it in America, which is producing energy as well, for a good period of time. Started the Make It in America agenda in 2010. Been talking about it every year since. We need to be energy independent, and we can use energy as an element of foreign policy and strategic policy as well, which is why the Speaker, as I said just minutes ago, as I said to you, we ought not to be buying oil from Russia, period. I yield.
Thank the gentleman. And as we talk about this energy policy difference, again, I do think it can be unifying. I do think we can get to a point where we recognize some of the impediments that are real today. While the president says make it in America, there are things that President Biden is doing that are blocking the ability for us to make it in America. And again, I've talked about some of the regulatory agencies that are making it very hard, even on some of those lands the gentleman references that could be open for production, where they can't because they've reinstated some of the things like WOTUS and some of the other regulations that were removed so that states could look at the ability to permit applications where now they're not able to do that, where banking systems through Treasury, through the SEC, are blocking financial institutions or bullying financial institutions to not allow investment by American banks into American production of energy. It's real, it's going on, it's a problem, and it's why many of those energy companies are making their billions of investments in other countries right now. But again, when you have John Kerry just the other day, the president's global warming czar, was just the other day saying he hopes Russia helps us with this. If America's strategy...
Can you clarify when you say just the other day?
Probably about 4 days ago, where he was talking about trying to get energy production addressed, some other things addressed. He talked, we shouldn't have a strategy that involves Russia helping us right now or Putin helping us right now. And so don't give Vladimir Putin that leverage. He has that leverage. And while Nord Stream 2 is blocked today, Nord Stream 1, the original Nord Stream pipeline, is still operating, providing over 40% of Germany's energy. That was what President Trump was critical of Merkel about, was that why are you signing contracts that make your country more dependent on Russia? He said that verbatim. And he was right back then. Germany probably wishes they wouldn't have done it today because now they were hamstrung in the beginning of this. They're now helping, but they also are dependent on Russian oil. And we should be looking at things that we can do to not only wean ourselves off of Russian oil, but our allies around the world. And there are real specific things we can do. And there are impediments in this country today that exist that are unnecessary, that are hurting our ability to shut down Russia's ability to use energy as leverage. And they're doing it right now. They're using it not only as leverage, as a financing source. Putin still is pocketing over $700 million a day by selling oil to Europe and America. And so if there are things that we can come to an agreement on that would address it, I think it would be important that we do it as fast as possible to take away those points so that Putin has to think twice about continuing what he's doing, this barbaric genocide that's happening in Ukraine. So just saying that while it might not be something we recognize as unifying today, I think it could end up being something unifying in a short period of time if we can keep working through those differences. So I would just encourage that we try to do that. And if there's anything else on that, I'd yield, but there was one other issue I wanted to raise as well. The Senate just a few days ago passed unanimously a resolution asking to open up the Capitol again to the American people, our constituents who still are not able to come to the Capitol to visit with members of Congress, to sit in the gallery, to participate even in the State of the Union. It was a unanimous resolution in the Senate. There is a companion resolution by Congressman Stile that was filed, H-Res 961, that would do the same thing and express from the House's side what the Senate just expressed, and that is it's time to open up the Capitol to the public again. The Senate Republicans and Democrats came to an agreement to do it. I would just ask that we do the same and show the American people that the People's House is open to the people of the nation. If the Senate can come to an agreement on it, again, I don't think there's anything controversial in the resolution, but I would ask that we could bring that up as well, and I would yield.
I thank the gentleman for that question. And the answer to it is the Office of the Attending Physician and the Sergeant-at-Arms in both the Senate and the House are looking at that, both from a health standpoint and from a security standpoint. I think all of us agree that the American public's access to the Capitol ought to be as fulsome as possible, given constraints of health concerns and of security concerns. And so I join the gentleman in saying, and I've said to the press, as soon as we can do that responsibly, we ought to do it. And so I agree with the gentleman.
Oh, I appreciate the gentleman's
I want to add
consideration.
something.
And I would yield again.
That is of great concern to me. And I hope we have agreement in this House. And I hope we have agreement in the United States Senate. I have been shocked, deeply saddened, when your party passes a resolution and tells the American people that January 6th was legitimate political discourse. Mr. Whip, if we are telling people in this country that January 6th was a legitimate political discourse, we're going to have great concerns about opening up this Capitol for the safety of our members, for the safety of the public who wants to visit, for the safety of our staff. And I would ask my friend, do you believe that January 6th reflected legitimate political discourse? I was shocked, astounded that a major political party in this country would tell to the American people what you saw on January 6th was legitimate political discourse. Will you please reject that concept, reject that conclusion that what they saw on January 6th had anything to do with a legitimate political discourse? Yes, I want to open up the Capitol, but I don't want to make any representation to the American people, Mr. Speaker, that what happened on January 6th bore any resemblance to what we as Americans believe is legitimate political discourse. Rightfully, Senator McConnell and your former candidate for President of the United States, Mitt Romney, rejected that out of hand. I would hope you and your party would do so on this floor and tell the American people, yes, we want to open up this Capitol, but do not delude yourself that anything you saw on January 6th bears any resemblance in any way to legitimate political discourse. I had not brought that up, but I am constrained to do so as we talk about opening up our Capitol. Tuesday night, we were in armed camp. You saw it, I saw it, we all saw it. Fence around the Capitol. Men and women with automatic weapons, both military and civilian, because of what happened on January 6th, because of the concern they had for the safety of our democracy and of the ability of the President of the United States to come and give a State of the Union address to the assembled members of the Congress of the United States and the United States Senate. That's why all that was there. And very frankly, inexplicably, your party National Committee passed a resolution, apparently overwhelmingly, that told the American people that January 6th was a legitimate political discourse.
Would the gentleman yield
I will yield
on that? And first of all, I've been very clear from the very beginning. Anyone who broke into this Capitol ought to be held accountable and is being held accountable. More arrests have been made than probably all of these cities where people were burning down cities across America this summer. And that's something that ought to be addressed. And, you know, your party doesn't want to talk about that. Just want to talk about January 6th. These resolutions are not about January 6th. It's allowing the American people to exercise their First Amendment right to come and meet with their members of Congress, which they're not able to do right now. And so if you look at that resolution, the head of the RNC even came out and said that's not what they were referring to, what the gentleman just alluded to. They said they were talking about the people that weren't even in the District of Columbia on January 6th who are being targeted right now. That's what they said that they were doing. You can go take that up with them. I've been clear about what's happened to the people that broke into this Capitol, and that everybody who breaks the law to be held accountable, not just the people that broke in here on January 6th, but also the people that burned cities down over the summer of 2020 who haven't been held accountable. And that's something that angers people all over the country. They want to see the law equally carried out to people who broke the law, no matter where they were, here or in cities across America. So if you want to criticize one side of it, at least be willing to criticize the other side of it too. I surely have. I haven't heard it from your side. Be more than happy to hear the gentleman talk about people who were shooting at cops, killed cops, beat up people in streets, burned down police stations, government buildings in cities, took over cities, and haven't been held accountable. Shouldn't they also be held accountable? I say both should be held accountable. Does the gentleman agree with that? And I would yield.
Mr. Speaker, the equivalency that my friend from Louisiana tries to make between citizens, some who committed crimes, but citizens who are coming because they're seeing their children lives taken because of the color of their skin. And what happened on January 6th to undermine our democracy, our Constitution, and our election of a President of the United States reflects the resolution the Republican National Committee passed. Legitimate political discourse. They weren't talking about the people. Nobody saw, some people saw, obviously, the president incite those people to come from where that political discourse, that discussion, it sounded like incitement to me, maybe not to you. And they came from the White House at the president's instruction, Mr. Speaker. Go down to the Capitol. Stop the steal. Give them hell. Fight like hell. Instructing the Vice President of the United States to do what the Vice President of the United States concluded was illegal and not within his power. And came into the Capitol calling for the life of the Vice President and the Speaker of this House. There is no equivalency, but they continue, Mr. Speaker, to make that equivalency, to justify what was done on January 6th. That, oh, well, everybody does it. No, they don't. It's the first time in history, history that it's happened. And for a national committee, when the Whip and I are talking about what I think we both want to do, open up this Capitol, make it more accessible, have people come in, gun-free, weapon-free, come into this Capitol, see their democracy in action. That resolution was read by the American people as, oh, it's okay. Legitimate political, there was nothing about January 6th which was legitimate political discourse, including what the President of the United States had to say. At that point in time, Donald Trump. That wasn't legitimate at all. 60 courts determined Joe Biden was elected, and he still, to this day, lies to the American people. And sadly, too many people believe him, which led to January 6th and the violence. And I'm sure that the whip believes they ought to be held accountable if they came in here and waved guns at people and killed a police officer. And I appreciate that he said that. And if he believes, as Romney believes, as McConnell believes, McConnell didn't say they were talking about the people talking in the political discourse, should we do this, should we do that? McConnell responded to that resolution exactly as I have, understanding exactly what it meant. Inexplicable. And very frankly, if we're going to open up this Capitol, we need to have all of us tell every American, we're opening the Capitol to peaceful, sure, political discussion. That's what this place is all about. That, Mr. Speaker, is what this discourse is about. Differences of opinion, how we resolve them, how we reach consensus, how we hopefully bring people together. But not by waving racist flags, not by hanging gallows in front of the Capitol. That's not how we do it. And we are all 435 of us, reject it out of hand. Not in any way try to make it look like, well, some other people did this and some other people did that, and therefore it's okay. They attacked our democracy, our Constitution, this country. They were traitors. And we ought to all reject that kind of conduct out of hand. Not try to rationalize it by some other group did this and some other group did that. People with grievances. The constitutional, it does not guarantee you being able to shoot at people, police or non-police. It doesn't justify destroying property. That's criminal activity. I agree with that 100%. And no city was burned down. A little bit of hyperbole there, Mr. Speaker. Were the things done that shouldn't have been done? Yes. Were the things that shouldn't have been done in things that happened on this Capitol? Yes. But January 6th was not analogous to any of those things. It was an attempt to undermine our democracy, our Constitution, and the election of the President of the United States by this Congress in approving what we should have no discretion one way or the other, and that is what lawfully is done in each state and send its electors here. What President Trump kept asking Mr. Pence to do was ignore the votes of the American people, ignore the lawfully elected electors and the result of their deliberations. So I say to Mr. Scalise, Mr. Scalise, my friend, he's a good man. But if, the famous quote is, if nothing is necessary for the spread of evil, but that good men do nothing. And that's why I tell my friend, I was so appalled at the rhetoric of that Republican National Committee resolution, in what it says to people around this country who may have a grievance, who may be angry. And as McConnell interpreted it, the resolution was speaking to what happened on January 6th. Whether it was at the White House and incitement, whether it was at the White House and deployment, or whether it was here in execution of what was clearly a coordinated effort to prohibit the Congress from carrying out its constitutional duties, expressed and acted out. So I say to my friend in conclusion, I didn't mean to get into this today, but your question obviously spurred my feeling about this, because yes, we want to open up the Capitol. But I don't want to give any citizen the thought that the Capitol is being opened so they can come in here, threaten the lives of a vice president, threaten the lives of a speaker, threaten the lives of the minority leader or the Republican whip or any others of us. Mr. Speaker, the Republican whip is my friend. He was badly injured by a criminal who may have been deranged or whatever, but no excuse, who attacked because he was a Republican. Totally unjustified, totally heinous in its execution. And he has shown, the whip has shown extraordinary courage, Mr. Speaker, in coming back, and I know it's been hard, it's been tough for him. And all of us admire him for the courage he's shown in coming back and condemn in the severest terms any kind of action that would have put him or any other of our members, of our staff, of the visitors to this Capitol at risk. So we're considering it. We want to open up. American people ought to have access to their Capitol. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. And just again, we condemn violence of all kinds. Political violence, people that just commit violence because they want to, or they think they can get away with it, or they think somebody will bail them out if they do it. But we should do it across the board. And the punishment fits the crime. The laws are on the books. It's the prosecutors who go after people, and they are. In some instances, it should be in all instances. And so I'll continue to call it out on both sides. I would hope on the other side we hear that as well, not just when they see it in one place, but when they see it in all places. And I would hope we would open up the people's house and get the Capitol back open to the American people who want to and have a right to come and express their views on issues. They might want to send an email, they might want to make a phone call, but they also might want to go to the office and sign that logbook and try to sit down either with the member of Congress or their staff to convey their feelings. And we just hope that happens. Again, the Senate unanimously said they want that to happen. I would hope the House would do it too. And with that, I would yield. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Quote, climate change effects are outpacing our ability to adapt. That is from the recent IPCC report. Here's what that means in America in 2022. We have coastal communities where flooding has washed out roads before the bond used to pay for that road was fully paid off. We have mayors with no budget for seawalls who are being forced to tell their constituents that the only solution is for them to abandon their homes and their businesses and relocate to higher ground. NOAA reported this recently that sea levels in Florida will be 18 inches higher by 2050. What that means is that there are properties in Florida today that will be underwater before their 30-year government-backed mortgage is fully repaid. What happens in your community when that happens? If voters are told they have to abandon their home or that their town can't connect them back to their grocery store, or that their local bank has to write down federally backed mortgages. We know the political pain that drives, and we know what measures are necessary to protect American families from that pain. But my Republican colleagues in the Senate are today, who claim to be so focused on the economy, are withholding their confirmation for new Federal Reserve appointees because they have the temerity to suggest that we should not even do the scenario analyses necessary to protect ourselves against this climate risk to our financial sector. When you ignore the laws of physics, you put taxpayer dollars at work, you put communities at risk, you put lives at risk, you put American energy independence at risk. It is time, it is long past time, for the Climate Denial Caucus to pull their heads out of the sand before the rising ocean washes all that sand away. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the service of my friend and District Office staffer Greg Burkott, a proud Bardstown resident. Greg served the 2nd District as a field representative from 2009 to 2021. He represented my office in Edmondson, Hart, LaRue, Meade, and Nelson counties, and was a key liaison to constituents in those communities. Greg and his wife, Paula, have 2 daughters. I'll say the apple of his eyes, Rebecca and Allison. He also with their husbands and their 3 grandchildren. They're also active in their community and church. I will miss Greg's welcoming personality, and I thank him for his service to the 2nd District and the Commonwealth. I wish Greg the best on his retirement, and I hope he and Paula enjoy this next chapter of their lives as parents and grandparents and as retirees. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Brubaker Farm from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, owners and operators of Brubaker Farms, as they celebrate the notable Pennsylvania Leopold Conservation Award. The award is given in honor of the world-renowned conservationist Aldo Leopold, who many consider being the father of wildlife ecology and a devout conservationist. The Pennsylvania Leopold Conservation Award recognizes Pennsylvania farmers, ranchers, and foresters who inspire others with their dedication to land, water, and wildlife habitat resources in their care. American farmers, ranchers, and foresters are the original conservationists, and the Brubaker family is no exception. The Brubaker Farm is a 1,200-cow dairy run by Luke Brubaker and his sons Mike and Tony. And they use an assortment of conservation practices to farm the acres to feed their herd, including a no-till farming and cover crops. Additionally, the Brubakers fenced cattle away from streams and planted trees in 15 acres of riparian buffers, allowing deer, turtles, and waterfowl in the area to thrive. Mr. Speaker, the Brubaker family has a long-standing history of being true stewards of the earth, and their continued commitment and dedication to conservation while remaining competitive in the dairy industry is a noteworthy feat. Once again, I want to congratulate the Brubaker family on this well-deserved accomplishment, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds for this family-owned farm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a great man, Mr. Jones Webb. Jones was a fellow Young Harris College graduate with an innate love and passion for the college. Young Harris ran in Jones's blood as his grandfather owned the store and rooming house for male students at the college. His father attended Young Harris Academy and Young Harris College, where he graduated in 1916 and was the editor of the college's first yearbook. Jones was a dedicated servant to the college and served his many years as the Academic Affairs Committee, Executive Committee, Plan Giving Committee, and the Properties Committee. He spent 35 years on the Young Harris College Board of Trustees before being elevated to emeritus trustee status in 2013. Additionally, Jones spent time as the secretary of the board for 17 years from 1991 to 2008 and served as college counsel for several years. He wore many hats and provided his keen insight, legal acumen, and wise counsel to ensure the college that he loved so dearly was even better for the next generation of students. His passion and dedication will always be remembered. My thoughts and prayers will remain with his family and friends during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Jane Wheatley, CEO of the Taylor Regional Hospital in Campbellsville, Kentucky, who retired after 20 years in this critically important position. While Jane has led this institution for 2 decades, her service to the hospital spans much longer. She began working in the business office in 1978 at what was then known as the Taylor County Hospital before climbing the ranks to become Chief Financial Officer and later Chief Executive Officer. Under Jane's leadership, Taylor Regional Hospital has undergone dramatic growth to become a regional hub for quality health care. Without a doubt, her vision for growth contributed mightily to the hospital's success. She also has a love for Campbellsville that drove her to do all she could to ensure her fellow citizens did not have to travel far for vital health care needs. Jane's professional success is a testament to her hard work, leadership, and desire to improve the community she loves. She leaves a proud legacy in Taylor County, and I wish her nothing but the best in a well-earned retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13288 of March 6, 2003, with respect to the actions and policies of certain members of the government of Zimbabwe and other persons to undermine Zimbabwe's democratic processes or institutions, is to continue in effect beyond March 6, 2022. President Emerson Mnangagwa has not made the necessary political and economic reforms that would warrant terminating the existing targeted sanctions program. Throughout the last year, government security services routinely intimidated and violently repressed citizens, including members of the opposition political parties, union members, and journalists. The absence of progress on the most fundamental reforms needed to ensure the rule of law, democratic governance, and the protection of human rights leaves Zimbabweans vulnerable to ongoing repression and presents a continuing threat to the peace and security in the region. The actions and policies of certain members of the government of Zimbabwe and other persons to undermine Zimbabwe's democratic processes or institutions continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13288 as amended with respect to Zimbabwe and to maintain and enforce the sanctions to respond to this threat. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 3, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is going to be one of those moments where you sort of walk through. We obviously had the State of the Union a couple nights ago. Instead of just sort of walking through your frustrations with it, I want to dice up a couple of things that I considered most outrageous, but also a continuation on a theme, and that is something's happened here. Particularly my brothers and sisters on the left over here, somewhere in the last year or two, have moved into trying to make public policy by virtue signaling. And I think I'll prove this. And I'm open. If anyone out there, you can give me, for my Democrat colleagues, give me something you did in the last year of absolute power and control here in Washington, D.C. that actually made the lives and the country better. That over the next decade will make the lives better. It's almost like we're in this clown show of you get rewarded for saying pretty words and be damned the actual outcome. So let's walk through some of the reality. Now, you remember at one point we're talking about energy, and the fact of the matter is the world is financing Putin's war machine. Remember, it was last October that natural gas prices exploded, and it was obvious. You know, you set up policy sets soon as the administration took power, canceling the Keystone Pipeline, trying to do all sorts of restrictions, which the courts had to roll back. So now the administration threw up new restrictions. What did you think would happen? And you actually, though, look at the lunacy that is policies from the United States, and I will also blame Western Europe. These are the pipelines. This is how you finance, functionally, a gas station with nuclear weapons, which is functionally what Russia is today. And you start to understand, and a couple weeks ago, you know, we came here and even on a YouTube channel, we tried to explain policies that have happened in places like Germany. Go back a decade ago. Do you all remember when the Green Left movement in Germany, now that we know it was backdoor financed by Russia, was out there protesting, we need to get rid of the nuclear power plants, the baseload nuclear. I think they got rid of 20-some plants. There's only 1 or 2 still functioning. They're scheduled for decommissioning. Germany actually got dirtier. You know, so the very people that used to preach to us about global warming, about greenhouse gases, got dirtier. They're burning more coal. And also, they don't just take natural gas from Russia and oil from Russia. They now even take coal from Russia. And you actually see the pipelines. So at the same time, sort of the Malthusian left here has been trying to strangle American hydrocarbons. And I understand, I'm a huge fan of natural gas. The last 15 years, the remarkable reduction in greenhouse gases coming from North America are because of natural gas. Remember, the decommissioning of North American nuclear power, baseload power, pretty much equals all the clean energy, the photovoltaic, the wind, that's gone in. So you can say, oh, look at all these new solar panels, but the fact of the matter is the amount of nuclear we've removed. So how do we get so clean? Remember, a year or two ago, we were within a margin of even hitting the Paris Accord, something we didn't sign on to. And it's because of use of natural gas. So as we're starting to restrict ours, you see the pipelines coming out of Russia moving into Europe. Instead of us expanding ours and saying, we're going to liquefy natural gas and get it out of here, sell it to the world, balance of payments, grow the economy. So the great irony, think of the virtue signaling here over and over and over. Even a couple days ago when we were getting a briefing and there was the discussion of how do we get more energy exports to Europe as they're engaging in the sanctions, and someone from the left screams out, but what about the environment? You do realize the Democrats and Biden policy had us burn 23% more coal this last year. The policy so jacked up the price of natural gas here in the United States that, power's regulated. Power facility after power facility after power facility converted back to coal because the brain trust on the left and in the White House so restricted access to natural gas, prices went up dramatically. You remember we went from, $2 on the futures market to at one point we hit $6. And it didn't just happen because of the invasion of Ukraine. Those numbers were hitting last October. If you care about the environment, will someone on the left hire an economist that owns a calculator? Because we burnt 23% more coal last year. This is a direct result of crappy policy. And then you think about being from Arizona. I did a ride-along about a month ago with a police officer that's a friend of mine. And he's taking me through an area that he has patrolled for 28 years. And he's turning to you and saying, I'm seeing neighborhoods here that have double the homelessness. The number of overdose deaths that are happening in these neighborhoods has exploded this last year. Do you not think when you let the borders open up that you're not screwing over America? Look, we've come here over and over and over and said, what are the two most economically violent things you can do to the working middle class? Inflation and opening the borders where you flood the society with people with similar skill sets. And these weren't conservative economic models. These were done by leftist professors a decade ago. It said, when you take the working poor and flood the market with people with similar skill sets, you inhibit their economic growth, their wages. One of them said, this population will be poor for a decade. The fact of the matter is, when the left allows the open borders, because remember, that was going to be compassionate except for Americans, I'm now being told that drug prices in the Phoenix market have crashed. Now, this area, I am no expert. My mother was a substance abuse counselor for many, many years, heard many heartbreaking stories. But when you have the patrol officer telling you that a year ago it may take $70, $100 for someone to get high that day, and today it can be less than $10, the basic rule of economics tells you something. And it's fentanyl, which kills people. So now all of a sudden I'm seeing more drugs. I'm seeing more homelessness, a dramatic increase in homelessness. I'm actually seeing a huge spike of crime. And then the deaths. If you're playing economist, we all talk about second-degree effects and third-degree effects. But does anyone here actually have any love and compassion in their heart to understand the misery? Just the misery that the Democrat policies, they may have been great virtue signaling. We are going to be compassionate. We're a loving country. We're going to open up our borders. But what about the misery that's been foisted on so many people? And the tricky part is, if you look at the economic model, even if we went back to normality tomorrow, because of the populations that are here that are going to compete for those moderate skilled jobs, you will have suppressed incomes, opportunity for a whole segment of our country for a decade. And then you have the president gets up and goes, well, you know, the tax cuts for the rich. Come on. Look, I know the Democrats love to use fact-checking, except when it's actual fact-checking. Tax reform that was done in December 2017 made the tax code more progressive. Once again, the top 10% of income earners pay a higher percentage of the federal income tax today than they did before tax reform. The left knows this, but God forbid they tell the truth. And look, once again, 2015 had a timing anomaly on tax receipts. For those of us in Ways and Means, they're not, you know, they're the tax receipts. 2018, 2019, two of the highest receipts, revenue in history. So number 2 and 3, and if you do the timing effects, it's number 1 and number 2. The fact of the matter is there was tax reform and more money came in. If you and I did a survey of Democrats, how many of them would actually know that? Or actually, if they knew it, would be willing to say it in front of a camera? The fact of the matter is corporate tax revenues, receipts rose by 75%. The repatriation of money, the companies that had been leaving. Do you remember the complaints from the Obama administration about how many companies were leaving the United States? They stopped leaving. They started coming back. But we also saw individual income taxes went up, 27.5% according to CBO, and they were paid, that 80% increase was paid by the top 10% of income earners. You know, I understand things that grow the economy, supply side, that create a more egalitarian society, that make the poor less poor, that crushed food insecurity, that actually for minority populations had the fastest wage growth in U.S. history. It's really uncomfortable for folks on the left because they have to admit that they're sort of, and it's not even Keynesian, it's like a bastardized Keynesian model of throw lots of money and pretend everything's okay model, because that's what the left's economics are these days. It's just bizarre that the fact, some people like to call it supply side, it's just the incentives to make more stuff, the incentives to hire more people, the incentives to have a growing economy, because I'm one of those people, and I actually believe most Republicans are, that growth is moral, because that growth provides a chance. And you look at the math. You know, after what we call the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, do you see the curve? Do you see the growth in wages? And the yellow line here is female wages. They exploded. The growth dramatically outpaced males. It was the best income growth ever for women of color. The best income growth ever for the very minority populations that we hear the virtue signaling pandering to, but the difference is Republicans actually delivered it. And yet, the left's model of, hey, we'll just send out checks, and we'll send out some more checks, and then we won't ask anyone actually to go get job training or actually work for the checks. And then you wonder why America today is poorer than it was a year ago. I mean, it's the math. I know it's uncomfortable, but it is the math. Working men and women, the working poor, are poorer today than the day Joe Biden, the day the Democrats took absolute control of this government. And you see it on the charts. The fact of the matter is, when you see the spread, this is substantially, we were here. That spread, that's income inequality. And it's blowing apart. It's becoming like an alligator mouth driven by the left's policies. Do you accept you're hurting people? It's economics, it's math. You know, you can virtual signal all you want, but eventually the math always wins. And then you take what the left here has done in inflation. You're making Americans poorer. You know, I mean, and I know this is hard to see, but you're making people poorer. And all the rationalization. I mean, the other day, there was a New York Times Nobel Prize economist saying, well, the poor aren't getting that poor because of the data. Well, no, he forgot to also, and he knows this, that inflation has moved up the price of housing. Inflation, God, you see what's happening in fuel and food. But the housing index, the way they do the calculations in CPI, has think of it as a shock absorber. So your rent goes up a couple $100 for the year, or per month for the rest of the year. That doesn't actually enter into the CPI. It's slowly baked in because you just signed a contract for a year, right? The willingness to rationalize and lie so you can continue the virtue signaling of fantasy. The math is the math is the math, and the terrifying thing is, okay, yeah, you had a 7+% inflation last year. In areas like mine in the Phoenix area, it was 9, substantially because of housing. And then you go back to the homelessness, And you understand why people of very modest income can't even afford a basic place to live. And we're looking at data in the Joint Economic Committee. We could hit 10% this year. Do you understand how kicking people in the head with policies that make them poor, that screw up their retirements, their ability to feed their family, have any savings? And what was the president's solution? Well, we're going to look at businesses, ask them functionally to have less profits, and we're going to just pay less. Huh? Did anyone listen to this speech? The Ukraine portion, great. Yay, we all cheered. But as the president walked through the economic portion of his speech, it was not truthful, and economically delusional. So we want to come here with a couple ideas, and we would be elated if the majority actually takes them and runs away with them. So back to our elementary school economics class. What's inflation? Classic definition of inflation. Too much cash chasing too few goods and services. Will we agree to that? Look, I know this is uncomfortable, but the reality of it, Democrat policies are hurting people. Maybe we can actually turn the ship around. So if I came to you and said it's too many dollars chasing too few goods, you have what the Federal Reserve will do, which is start to pull liquidity out of the market. You know, the extraordinary measures, buying U.S. sovereign debt, which has functionally enabled Congress to spend like crazy because the Federal Reserve is buying our bonds. Raising interest rates to pull liquidity out of society. But that's going to hurt people too, right? Your interest rates are going to go up, your credit cards are going to go up, everything else. How about a president that comes behind the microphone, Democrats come behind the microphone and actually offer real big boy solutions that actually, A, are founded in economics, but second, would actually be good for society, would actually work. So we want to propose a couple quirky ideas, but just think of it as an idea box. If I came to you tomorrow and said, one of the reasons you have inflation is the Democrats the last year shoveled out so much cash, there's so much cash out there moving around that is too much money chasing too few goods. Great. What would happen if you turned to Americans and said, hey, for a number of you, instead of going and buying that new big screen television, we're going to encourage you, take a few $100 and we're going to give you this spiff to go put it in your retirement account. Hell, we'll let you use pre-tax money and we'll call it a Roth IRA. It would help retirement security. It also would be a way to pull, functionally the same thing the Federal Reserve is trying to do, pull liquidity out of the markets. Those are an idea that would be positive. And Republicans and Democrats both would probably stand up and say, hey, so let's see, we could pull a whole bunch of the dollars out of the economy that are chasing too few goods and put them into people's retirement so they have retirement security. Hey, this should be a win-win. Did you hear anything creative like that? Instead you hear the virtue signaling. Or how about on one of my personal fixations? Productivity. Remember, what was the most powerful thing we did in tax reform? Is we built an incentive for businesses to take their money and build better plants and invest in more efficient equipment so they could pay people more. So the president go, well, the corporations made billions of dollars and didn't pay any taxes because we built a tax code saying take your cash and make your company more efficient so you can pay people more so the economy grows. Because once again, remember, we are borrowing. Last year we were borrowing $47,000 a second. If this economy does not grow like crazy, because that debt curve, as that becomes more and more of an alligator math of here's our debt, here's the size of the economy, that gap is what wipes us out. If we can grow and keep that ratio of debt to the size of our economy, growth, growth, growth. Well, the idea is if you're trying to take on inflation, you know you need a society that becomes more productive because long-term that means people will be paid more. We become wealthier as a country and the ability to deal with the demographic curve that is the primary driver of our debt, do things like, hey, instead of just doing expensing on your capital goods, we'll give you a little bit of like a bonus type of depreciation to do it. These are economic ideas that would both help inflation, but also make us more robust as an economy, as a country, if we have to take on the challenges of the world. So I beg of our brothers and sisters on the left, I don't know how to get you to stop hurting people. You use very pretty words, brilliant virtue signaling. For those who aren't thinking, it sounds great until you sort of sit down and say, hold it, how does that work? There are ideas out there, both the left and the right should be able to embrace, to take on inflation, to stop hurting people in the country. But instead, this place seems to reward itself by flowery language. You were judged on our intentions, not our successes. And look, this is what I'm begging for. There are ideas at work, but the first thing we need to do is stop doing the crazy stuff that's hurting people. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I know how painful sometimes it is to have to sit up there. I used to have to do it. I will yield back, and I believe my colleague from Wisconsin will take the next piece of time.
Under the Speaker's announcement policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for the remainder of the hour as designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you. I would like to discuss a few topics which should be of interest to all Americans. Obviously, many Americans have been glued to their TVs this week to see what's happening in the Ukraine and what's going on with the Russians and the way they are treating the Ukrainian peoples. I would like to emphasize one more time, it amazes me the journalists of this country and the politicians of this country can talk about the two countries, Russia and Ukraine, without talking about the Holodomor. I have asked children, college students, law enforcement officers, journalists, and amazingly, they've gone through 8 or 12 or 16 years of schooling and don't know what it is. The Holodomor took place in 1932 to 1933 when communism had in the last few years taken over Russia and taken over the Ukraine. And of course, communists above all hate freedom. And I don't know that you could describe Russia as communist today, maybe a little more fascist than communist. But at the time, there was no question it was communist, and they didn't like the fact that the farmers, called the kulaks, were to a degree free and independent, and they were going to crack down on them by taking away their grain and making sure they would starve to death. Now, perhaps because it has not been adequately studied, we don't know how many people were killed by the Communist Party in Ukraine during the years 1932 and 1933. But if you peruse the internet, it's somewhere between 3 and 17 million. Interestingly, at the same time these people were starving, the person the New York Times put on the case was a guy by the name of Walter Duranty, who we've since admitted they recognized he had some significant flaws in his study, but he managed not to report the starvation. Indeed, readers of the New York Times at that time thought that things were going great in the Soviet Union and that this may well be the wave of the future. And this is what happens when we have people, progressives or whatever you want to call them, who are blind to the inevitable, horrible things that happen when you let the hardcore left, or what I'll call the atheistic totalitarian left, take over a country. I would hope that as we talk about the Ukraine and Russia, that our media outlets, be it newspapers, otherwise, use this as an opportunity to educate the American public as to how many millions of people starved to death during this time. Every New York Times employee should have to listen to a show upon employment about what happened and about what the readers of the New York Times were not told about during these years. Every journalism major should spend a few classes when they begin journalism school on this topic. No American school child should graduate 8th grade without hearing about the Holodomor. Not only is it a warning for what happens when we let the hardcore left take over, but I don't know how you can understand American history the last 80 years unless you know a little bit more about communism. How can American children know why we fought in Korea? How can American children know why we fought in Vietnam? How will American children know what we had a Cold War over? I don't understand how you can talk about Ukraine and Russia without hearing about the first Ukrainian experiences with communism. It's the reason why some people like me are so befuddled, why Senator Blumenthal is given kind of a free pass when he shows up at a communist anniversary. It's why people like me find it so offensive that two of the co-founders of Black Lives Matter were Marxists, and that organization is treated with respect. This is why I'm so concerned when we have owners of high-tech quasi-monopolies try to suppress information hostile to their progressive ideology. Just like in a hardcore leftist state, they would oppress the ability of the local people to find out views on all sorts of opinions. And by the way, that is going on in the Soviet Union today. We turn on the TV, we get all sorts of information about what's going on in the Ukraine. The average Russian citizen whose children are dying in the Ukraine, they don't get to find out what's really going on. So some people call it communist, some people call it Marxist. I don't think progressive is exactly the same thing, but clearly progressive is meant to be further left than liberal. I would hope that by the time this Ukrainian-Russian situation wraps up, that American journalists make sure that everybody knows about the Holodomor. The next thing I'd like to talk about, and in President Biden's annual speech, I think he got away because of what happened in Ukraine without addressing some of the other problems that are, I think, unaddressed. And I'm going to talk a little bit about inflation. I'm not like my good buddy with huge graphs from Arizona, but I want people to look at this little graph on a topic that's normally considered kind of boring, the money supply. And here we have a graph showing the degree to which the money supply goes up year over year. You will notice the money supply compared to historic levels went up rather dramatically, sometimes over 6% in the 70s. And people like me are old enough to remember that that's when mortgages were 20% and inflation was so high. If we look at this graph, we see that recently the money supply went up around 7%, then dropped down to almost nothing in the 90s. It recently has hit a year-over-year increase of 40%. I would hope that President Biden realizes that one of the reasons costs have gone so up might have something to do with this dramatic increase in the money supply. I mean, this is just an amazing, amazing graph. President Biden, understanding so much about business, has simply advised the way to deal with inflation is to tell businessmen to cut costs. Well, I'll tell you, my district has more manufacturing jobs than any other district in the country, and also a big agriculture district. When I had a couple weeks off in the past, I toured a lot of factories around my district. And one of the things I heard, in addition to the huge labor shortage, is the huge increase in the costs of production, particularly in metals. Aluminum going through the roof. Metals up 300, 400, 500% compared to a couple of years ago. President Biden, how do you lower costs if the cost of metals that are going into your product are up 300 to 400%? I mentioned I also have a big agriculture district, a lot of dairy, some corn, some potatoes. Again, what do I get from the farmers? They're actually very concerned also about their costs of production, feed, fertilizer, chemicals, again, all skyrocketing. It is not a matter of just telling business, cut your costs. These are the reasons which inflation is so high, and why our young people, who I worry about so much because they should be able to get on with their life, they should be able to build a new house, they should begin to be able to have children. And I look at the costs that are necessary to live the American dream. Housing. Did you ever look how much the price of a house has gone up the last 18 months? Apartments. Now, I realize the cost of apartments varies dramatically, but in my area, you used to be able to get an apartment for $600 or $700, $800 a month. Now, apartments are being rented $1,500 a month. I don't know how the young people are going to be able to afford the American dream unless politicians begin to realize that when you have these big spending programs and the Fed has to print dollars to pay for them, you're inevitably going to get inflation. And I beg President Biden, and I beg the members of the Budget Committee and the Appropriations Committees, that as we work towards the next budget, we try to hold down the level of spending. It wouldn't be too much to ask if we had year over year no increase in spending at all. I beg President Biden and his other members of his party not to push through another massive spending bill. They talk about a $3 trillion bill, and he still dreams of getting it through. And even if it's not a $3 trillion bill, if they get a $2 trillion or $1 trillion bill, it will further put the price of housing beyond reach of the young people in the country. And one of the reasons it's so tempting for politicians to just print more money is because then they can say, I don't know how this increase in prices got here. It's not my fault. Just tell the businessmen to cut costs. And it is not a coincidence that we had a lot of inflation in the 70s when M2 was going up significantly. And it's not going to be a coincidence when inflation continues to go up year after year, as the business community, as the agriculture community tells me it will, if politicians in Washington, their path to reelection means have the Federal Reserve print more money, let the costs go up, and then turn around and tell the American public, I don't know how this happened, tell the businessmen to cut costs. Please address inflation like the great concern it is. The next thing I'd like to address, that I don't feel was adequately addressed the other night, is the way we treat police in the country. President Biden tried to address spending on police. And it's true that particularly in big cities with strong Democrat city councils, strong Democrat mayors, they have not treated the police well the last few years. But I don't think President Biden addressed what I believe is the big reason why police have not been as effective in holding down the homicide rates compared to a few years ago. And I think the major reason is that cheap politicians are out there lying and telling the public that they are racist, saying we ought to sue them, saying that we ought to pass legislation here in which will make it easy to sue them. And you wind up in a situation in which the police become passive. And as bad as the reduction in the number of police is, I think this constant harping on racism and the police and let's make it easier to sue them makes matters even worse. Now, I want to commend President Biden. He didn't talk about racism on Tuesday night, and that was a great improvement of his inaugural speech where it was kind of like all racism, white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. But it would be nice if he would use the forum of the annual State of the Union address to apologize to the police of the country and educate the American public that the police, by and large in this nation, are not racist. When you look at studies, and there are a variety of studies we can pull up here, Justice Department analysis of the Philadelphia Police Department found white police officers were less likely than police officers of color to shoot unarmed black suspects, for example. When you adjust, sadly, for violent crimes committed, again, you don't find this racism. But in an effort to win the next election, and they had success in the last election, again and again, politicians are tearing down police departments, threatening to have the police sued, and it's not surprising when the police become very passive, knowing that if you arrest somebody, you could get a complaint filed against you, knowing that if you have to handcuff somebody or tackle somebody, there's law enforcement, there are politicians out there who want you to be sued. It's not surprising if the police become passive. And in the big urban city closest to my heart, Milwaukee, where I was born and where my district is right up against, 2 years ago, we hit the all-time record by a mile in murders. And I didn't think you'd get any higher. They broke the record again last year. And I know if you talk to the police, they won't say it publicly, but they aren't policing the way they could 10 years ago because they're afraid they might get in trouble, that they might get complaints, that they might get sued or whatever. So they back off, and a lot of people have paid for that backing off with their lives. I strongly wish President Biden would change his tune, stop pushing bills that make it easy to sue police, and above all, change the tone of discussion policing in this country by admitting how unracist the police are in this nation and bring out more respect for them and allow police to not be afraid to do their job. My next issue that I'd like to address, and I wish President Biden would have used his opportunity on Tuesday night to address, he mentioned COVID, and COVID deaths go up and COVID deaths go down. We still have about 1,500 people a day dying of COVID, and I've known, I think, 4 people who I think were relatively healthy, who I know, who passed away in the last 4 months of COVID. So we shouldn't forget about it. But there's some things I've talked about COVID, and for whatever reason, the public health establishment, and I think to a degree the president does control the public health establishment, have not addressed vitamin D. There were studies that came out of Israel this week that they should have advertisements on all over this country. Israel found that patients with a vitamin D deficiency, and I think a vitamin D deficiency was described as under 30 nanograms per milliliter, they were 14 times more likely to have a severe or critical case of COVID-19 than those people with sufficient vitamin D in their system. The mortality rate for those who had insufficient vitamin D levels was over 25% compared to 2.3%. In other words, you were more than 12 times as likely to die of COVID if you didn't have adequate vitamin D in your system. Now, I don't know why the public health establishment won't talk about this more. I've been talking about it for almost 2 years now. I realize that you can get, nice bottles of vitamin D for 15 or 20 bucks at Walgreens or wherever, so nobody's going to make a lot of money on it. And certainly there's a lot of ways people have made a lot of money about COVID so far. But if I do believe that if they push vitamin D, not everybody would believe the commercials or not everybody would follow through. But I think it's entirely possible that you would reduce the number of fatalities by 1/2. And I asked President Biden to weigh in with his agencies and weigh in with the CDC or NIH and have them educate the public on the huge potential savings in lives if Americans would have an adequate amount of vitamin D. And I don't like breaking out, people of different ethnic backgrounds, but right now, people of color are way much more likely to be vitamin D deficient than people of European descent. So by not trumpeting from the rooftops that vitamin D can save your lives, you are unquestionably disproportionately causing people of color to die of this horrible disease. I realize there are other things that can be done, but man, we'll repeat here. Insufficient vitamin D levels, 25.6% mortality rate compared to 2.3% with adequate levels. People with vitamin D deficiency, 14 times more likely to have severe or critical case of COVID. Why does the average person not know this? I tell them when I run into them, but I can't talk to everybody. It'd be nice if the public health establishment would talk a little bit more about that. One other thing, by the way, I was hoping on COVID he would do. A lot of hospitals, their protocol is which drugs they prescribe is determined by what is recommended out of the big agencies in the government. And there are a lot of very intelligent people who feel that we would have saved a lot of people if we could have used off-label drugs rather than the $3,000 a day remdesivir. In other words, they felt there were better drugs that probably cost 1/100th amount of the drug that was being pushed out of CDC. And it would be nice in America, land of the free, if we would allow doctors in hospitals to use these other drugs. And I think, again, you would have a significant savings compared to where we stand right now. Well, these are some of the topics that I think were not addressed and should have been addressed and would save lives if appropriately addressed in the State of the Union. We'll mention one more because we have a little bit of time here. President Biden, to his credit, pointed out that a lot of people are dying from illegal drugs. He didn't exactly have any concrete proposals as to what to do. When I got this job 7 years ago, 47,000 Americans were dying every year from illegal drug overdose. 57,000 people died in 12 years in the Vietnam War. So, and they made a big deal about that when I was a child. Now you have 47,000 in 1 year when I got elected. You know what it is now? 100,000. It's like we're having 2 Vietnam Wars every year, and the politicians hardly talk about it. Now, I think one of the reasons why President Biden wouldn't come up with anything concrete is almost all of the fentanyl, a drug which he wouldn't even mention by name, which is responsible for most of these deaths, almost all of the fentanyl is coming across the southern border. And of course, our president doesn't like to talk about the southern border because we have a largely open southern border in which 90 to 100,000 people every month are coming across. It also may mean a little bit more of an aggressive law enforcement going after the people who sell the fentanyl. But of course, we can't say we should have more aggressive law enforcement. We can't say that more drug dealers should wind up in prison because then we'd have more in prison. So rather than doing these things, why don't we just let 100,000 people a year die? And some people can say drug possession, sale of drugs is a victimless crime. I think if you think about the parents or the spouses or the children or the siblings of the 100,000 people who die, I mean, I don't know how we cannot do more to address this problem. But I would hope that next year in the State of the Union speech, President Biden does a little more to address the 100,000 people who are dying of drug overdoses, does a little more to address the perhaps hundreds of thousands of people whose lives could be saved if we freed up doctors to prescribe whatever drugs they wanted to, and if we would have pushed a little bit more vitamin D. And I think we would have a much more well-informed electorate if the educational system, the journalist establishment did a little more to educate the public about the holiday room. Now, I'd like to thank you for the time. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 321. To award a Congressional Gold Medal to the members of the Women's Army Corps who were assigned to the 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion, known as the 6888.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Texas, Miss Jackson Lee, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for your courtesies. Certainly, this is a moment in history for many, many ways. I have heard of the constant, how do we say in the country, ringing and tanging, the constant refrain of our friends on the other side of the aisle. And I'm going to take somewhat of the approach of the President of the United States, who gave really one of the most historic, dynamic, and pointed speech to the American people that I've ever heard. President Biden, let me thank you on the floor of the House for speaking straight to the American public. All those who were willing to hear their president, who recognized that we are a nation of the United States of America, that we are truly a nation that rises to the occasion of defending democracy together as the United States of America. That speech covered the pain and the joy that we face today. And I want to start with his concluding remarks. And I can almost hear his resonating voice, his passion, his true reach to the American people. This was the State of the Union, the first. And so when the question was asked, President Biden said, my report is this: the State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. Who could not fall under the strength of that statement? The mothers of soldiers who are in faraway places, fathers who go out and work every day, who look to hope to their country to make sure they can provide for their family, the senior citizens, the students who fight against tuition increases, the vulnerable people seeking homes and houses, they heard him. We're stronger today than we were a year ago, and we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. Now is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time, and we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. From the beginning, he spoke to the American people without divisiveness, and certainly with an understanding that we have gone through as a people a most historic and devastating moment in our lives. I know that because more than once I have visited the area on the mall that showed the little white flags. If you visited Arlington Cemetery, you know the sacrifice of our soldiers. You know the rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of tombstones from wars beyond our historical time. But when you went to that exhibit, if it was that commemoration, that tribute, that acknowledgement, that place of mourning, to know of the hundreds of thousands of Americans who died because of COVID-19, and some dying in the early stages, some families having 6 and 7 and 9 people in their family. So you know this was an enormous time. Let me thank the Congressional Progressive Caucus who just yesterday, Congresswoman Alega Fernandez spoke of our next steps in the work ahead. I didn't want this time to end without responding to day after day refrain from our Republican friends with no plans, no solutions, no next steps, just criticism over and over again, just so their voices could be heard. There is no doubt the magnificence of the work that has been done by the President of the United States. Let me read, if I might, again into the record from the Wall Street Journal. And let me acknowledge that in my district, where there are permanent economic problems, persistent, such as long-term unemployment, weak labor markets, inexperienced workers, evictions and foreclosures, these are what comes about through a catastrophe like the pandemic. And also, as the Wall Street Journal referred to, the painful truth about economic recoveries is not that everyone bounces back financially after a downturn. There are always going to be Americans, as I said, in long-term unemployment, weak labor markets, inexperienced workers, evictions and foreclosures, and people trapped in difficult economic conditions because there needs to be a reimagining of their job. There's always going to be those people. But there are policies that can limit this scarring, as economists sometimes refer to it. And our President Biden, the President of the United States American Rescue Plan, has led to less of it than any recovery in the last 50 years. If there were good-thinking people on this floor, they would rise to a standing ovation, as we did on Tuesday night. Long-term employment, while most jobs will return after an economic downturn, the number of people struggling with long-term unemployment without work for at least 6 months often remains relatively high for months after general unemployment peaks. While the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009 helped avert an economic depression, the persistence of long-term unemployment 2 years led President Biden to press President Obama to press a Republican House for a second stimulus. But in this instance, we can assure that the American Rescue Plan of President Biden, and by the way, through no fault to President Obama, he did not have a cooperative Republican Congress, this has been the least impact and the greater recovery in at least 50 years. Don't you think that is worthy of celebration? But no, there is the whining and whining and whining as if the president does not recognize the importance of pressing forward on behalf of the American people. So let me first of all indicate that in a few days we will be honoring and recognizing those foot soldiers who marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge not once but twice, led by John Robert Lewis, our late colleague, and Martin Luther King, Jr. Because the ultimate gift of democracy comes out of the voices of the people who vote. And isn't it a shame that 100 years post the Emancipation Proclamation on the second time in 1865, after the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863, that 1965 had to be the year under President Lyndon Baines Johnson that again we reinforced the 15th Amendment of the right to vote. And here we are today in a primary that was held in Texas, the first primary in the nation, and it was a disaster because of SB 1, led by Republicans, to take the vote right out of the mouths of seniors, African Americans, Hispanics, veterans, soldiers, students, gleefully so that they would have an upper hand. Rejecting 30 to 40% mail ballots. This is a picture of John Lewis on that bridge. We will commemorate that march this weekend because we believe in democracy. We believe in the forthrightness of the democratic republic being held up by the shoulders and the strength of those foot soldiers of 1965, unnamed, as there were those who fought for the 1964 Civil Rights Act, held up the very Constitution and the very nation that we have because of the vote. And we will march to commemorate, but sadly, as we march, the destruction of democracy in this country is, I believe, the ultimate results of these radical right bills that are trying to destroy the right to vote after the false statement of the big lie in 2020 when the most amount of Americans voted for the presidential candidates and our president, the president of the United States of all the people, was elected, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as vice president. Can we not just accept that and be happy about that? And can we not join in the words of John Lewis of the beloved community? That is why I stand here today and salute him and acknowledge the beloved community. And then I want to proceed as a member of the beloved community to thank our soldiers, some of whom that I saw, if you will, when I was in the Ukraine area, meaning I was in the area of Lithuania, Belarus, on the border, now acknowledging the strength of the president to have upwards of 100,000 troops around in the NATO ally countries, making sure that those countries that are NATO allies are well protected, while providing, as the president has indicated, substantial support, if you will, to our friends, the Ukrainians, to give them the strength, even in the face of brutality and terrorism by Vladimir Putin, whose war this is. No vote has been taken in Russia. This is his attack. Even though, as I was in the region, we continue to work with the OSCE to push for diplomacy and peace and asking Putin to come to the peace table and to not destroy the Ukrainian people and the democratic republic that it is, or nation, and to sit with President Zelensky as he reminded us this week that light will win over darkness. Putin would not have it. And even though his soldiers have surrendered, they are without food, they are still a major threat. They are without knowledge. As one dead Russian soldier had texted, he did not know why he was there. Isn't that a shame to take young kids and destroy their lives because of your own power hungriness and the lack of understanding of what the world order is, and to kill recklessly human beings? But the President of the United States held together this wonderful alliance of NATO countries around peace. I want to be very clear. I want peace. I am not an offender. I'm a defender. I want us to use diplomacy. I want us to embrace the migrants or the immigrants, African immigrants, and others that are coming out of Ukraine, treating everyone to the opportunity of being able to escape as a refugee, if you will, from the violence. Now 1 million displaced persons, but I want diplomacy and peace. But yet, as the President spent months building a coalition of freedom-loving nations from Europe, the Americas to Asia and Africa to confront Putin, he wanted peace. He spent countless hours dealing with the allies. And his backdrop was another world war and World War III, for this is the greatest threat to Europe since World War III. The geography lends itself to Putin's violence. And he remembers those who fell in Normandy and elsewhere so that Europe might be free. In the Marshall Plan and a strong Europe today, our allies correcting the mishap of the past 4 years when Europe was put to the side and the president that had this job gave accolades and flowers to Vladimir Putin, and even today has called our president dumb and Putin smart. How shameful. But I am glad I'm being led in this country by President Biden, because he knows how we fought for freedom and expanded liberty and defeated totalitarianism and terror and built a strong and the freest and most prosperous nation. I just repeat these words because I think it is important to realize how we have helped and how he has worked to ensure that the help that is coming through our ability, though our forces are not going to Europe, made it crystal clear that we'll stand with our NATO countries and that we remain strong for Ukraine as they fight back. And as has been said, light comes after darkness, as we provide them with the resources that are to be heard around the world, and that we as well forge with Ukrainian Americans and work to be able to help their relatives through the State Department, even as Putin circles Kiev with tanks. He will never gain, as the President said, the hearts of the Ukrainian people. And so we want to make sure that it is known that we are providing the necessary support to these with weapons that are able to be sent with intensity to Ukraine. But the human cost is evident, and I will just take you down memory lane that you have seen. This is the violence of Putin, the violence of Russia. And America has been a defender in all of the crises that we have faced, the violence. This is the Putin who said this is an operation, but he is not attempting to hurt the Ukrainian people. Look at this person who is harmed. Look at them praying, their hands up. The despair of destruction. But that destruction is not going to weaken the Ukrainian people.
Will the gentlewoman suspend?
I'd be happy to suspend.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message or messages in writing.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. As I was saying, the despair, but not defeat. The violence, but not defeat. And so in the course of the work that we've been doing, I recommended last week that America's efforts to stop Russia should be in the financial pockets. The ruble is down. It is in the midst of rubble, by the way, but the ruble is down. People are suffering, and it's shameful because the American people care about people, and it is shameful that the currency is impacting Russians who have not voted for this war. But it is important as well that, as I call for in my district, the need for Putin to be charged as a war criminal, that is imperative, and now an investigation has been opened. This is not a family this is an example of mothers with newborn babies fleeing. Just think of you holding a newborn baby safely in the United States, but mothers are fleeing with 1-week-old babies. It is a tragedy. A surrogate had twins, and that family in the United States is struggling to get those newborn twins to safety. This is what Vladimir Putin has rendered, and I would say to you, we are not going to let him win, and the Ukrainians will not let him win. The United States will not let him win. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing our allies together as we continue to try and stand strong. But we're not unmindful of what has to be done for the American people. We're not unmindful for inflation. And so I hope that his announcement of Make It in America, of the 65,000 highways and infrastructure that is going to be fixed because of the enormity and the importance of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, along with the final passage of the Competes Act, that we will see Americans getting back to work, and that we will work extensively to bring down the cost of living. And I frankly believe that that can be brought down with the passage of the Build Back Better, where we will guarantee that you spend no more than 7% for child care. That is why women are not in the workforce during this pandemic, which is still existing. We're at the end of it, we hope and pray. But because they could not pay for, with not having a job, for child care. Why can't we move on the child care? We will. That is the work ahead. That is what I know the Congressional Progressive Caucus wants to see. That will help bring down costs, along with the continuation of the child tax credit. So the work to be done is to respond to your needs dealing with inflation, which includes the 11,000 jobs that will come about through implementing, as the President said, we have announced, now we're going to work on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. You'll see no more collapsed bridges in America's cities. The first and most historic infrastructure bill, I think, in the last 50 years or more. And we must make that child tax credit permanent, because that is going to help our families. And we must recognize the importance of the Competes Act, because in fact, we must overcome that import of the semiconductor industry and the tools that it is needed. We cannot rely on China. We must bring it home. And the Competes Act will help us bring it home. We must recognize that social justice is imperative as well. We just finished Black History Month to re-emphasize the importance of the history of African Americans in this country who first came in the bottom of the belly of a slave boat. And so it is important that we acknowledge with dignity, race is not a toxic and so toxic that we cannot discuss it with benevolence and through the beloved community. How dare someone get on the floor, oh, he didn't talk about that racism thing. You walk a mile in our shoes. Walk a mile in our shoes. We don't carry racism as an anger tool. We don't walk around and dislike people. We embrace our brothers and sisters. I'm on the floor with colleagues from many different places. I relish the interaction. I know they're with me as I am with them. But when someone comes and continues, as Republicans have done, to take this as led by their leader, their guide, their God, which is what President Trump has become. And he has decided that the critical race theory that is a fake argument, it has a basis in analyzing law as it has impacted groups like African Americans and promoted racism. It should not be where we are raising our children on it. I agree. It is not a lesson for pre-K, elementary school, maybe even middle school, but understanding that there have been differences and we seek to heal them is crucial. And so I take great umbrage to demean Black Lives Matter, which faithfully brought to our attention the heinous killing of Trayvon Martin, and have stood alongside of families for time after time after time. Because no one, including America's best law enforcement agencies across America, want to have the treatment of their neighbors unfairly. Those who have done so, they stand with us for accountability. They see the value in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. They see the value in the original George Floyd bill that I introduced that was about police training and investing in the 18,000 police departments. And we have an array of positions, but the president indicated that he was looking to work with communities to bring down crime. Good for him. Even to the extent of being a champion for provisions that came from the Judiciary Committee, along with other committees, about bringing down community violence. We're not afraid of going right after it because we know our families are suffering. But is there any attention to gun violence? The rampant, unbelievable, reckless laws of Republican governors, like permitless carry in the state of Texas, that has simply brought us down to our knees because guns are everywhere, stolen out of cars, people buying guns like they don't have any consciousness, buying them off of streets. Where do they get them? They can originally start in a legal system. But then you add really salt to the wound and talk about the poisonous and really difficult manner of trying to ensure that there is no restraint on guns. I introduced a Kimberly Vaughn storage bill that I hope to see passed, and to work with other members who likewise are working hard to get Americans to understand the necessity of storing their guns. I continue to work on a healing legislation that deals with H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals, supported by the NAACP, supported by the National Urban League, the National Action Network, the Congressional Black Caucus, not out of anger, but out of a sense of understanding and restoration and repair. Humbly saying, let's take a look. Let's make sure that we have a pathway to do better, as we have a pathway for economic development, as we have a pathway for child care, as we have a pathway for creating the care economy that was proposed by the president and in Build Back Better. as we have a pathway for getting our voting rights, as we have a pathway for helping with police-community relationships, as we have a pathway for bringing down crime and helping our families and protecting victims, as $1 million almost that I was able to get for the Houston Police Department to restore their victims' office, crime victims' office. What a celebration we had. We're waiting for those resources so they can get to work and make sure victims are not left alone, as we know that they are. So I simply want to conclude my remarks by saying we are strong, and also to indicate we have solutions, like in the Build Back Better, not one of you will be left out of having health care. Why? And that work needs to be done. For the 12 states, we have expanded Medicaid to a federal program. And that must be where we ensure and assure that we can make it work. Make it work. Make it work. Wouldn't that be a relief for young families, single Americans, students, to be able to access a federal Medicaid program, health for everyone? And then, let me remind my hometown. We're in the Gulf region, and yes, we flood. We're still fighting from Hurricane Harvey, the looks of this, and the kind of loss of homes, the largest catastrophic loss of homes in the history of the state of Texas, from flooding, from the hurricane. And our citizens, this is what they face. But guess what? Between the Army Corps of Engineers, Harris County Flood District, 18th Congressional District, and the infrastructure bill, and the funding that we hope will come from the omnibus that has been so carefully negotiated, we'll be confronting these as the President signs the omnibus, but more importantly, as the infrastructure bill is implemented. We're going to address the crisis of disasters in America all over, from the fires to the hurricanes, because the President is leading and the Congress, under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, is answering the call of the American people. Remember what I said. The President has announced that the State of the Union is strong, that America is strong, that we are united, and that we will not fail. And he will lead by example. And social justice is not off the table. And the respect for people's advocacy as young people like Black Lives Matter, the NAACP, Arab League, Noble, National Action Network, Congressional Black Caucus, American Civil Liberties Union, the League of Women Voters, LULAC, and an array of others, our Asian Pacific friends, and everyone around, Southeast Asians, I've named them all, and of course, our Native American friends, and all those whose names may not be called, we are united with all of America. And if you came over on Pilgrim's Pride and were part of the founding 13 colonies, you are part with all of us as the beloved community. Strong we are, and strong we will be. I'm delighted to say the work ahead is in good hands, and together with this Congress and the President, America is in good hands. God bless you and this Congress. God bless the United States of America, and God bless our troops. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Iran that was declared on March 15, 1995, is to continue in effect beyond March 15, 2022. The actions and policies of the government of Iran continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. For these reasons, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 12957 with respect to Iran and to maintain in force comprehensive sanctions against Iran to respond to this threat. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 3, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair will lay before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code, 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13692 of March 8, 2015, with respect to the situation in Venezuela, is to continue in effect beyond March 8, 2022. The situation in Venezuela continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13692 with respect to the situation in Venezuela. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 3, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the ordered printed. Pursuant to Section 11B of the House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.